imagine treating a world-ending shadow dragon like a common taxi. Our boy just beat this massive boss into submission and is currently riding it over the city, shutting down its complaints with a cold warning. He even delivers a swift blow just to remind the beast who's in charge, forcing the monster to finally yield to his will. But to understand why a teenager is casually bullying an S-rank monster, you have to look at the apocalyptic timeline he originally came from. The world didn't just end. It shattered. Humanity was left to scavenge for survival, while monsters poured through massive portals to hunt what remained. Our protagonist spent his entire life meeting that violence with his own blade. He traded his childhood for a blood-stained shirt and the heavy breath of a man who has forgotten how it feels to be safe. One day bleeds into the next as the fight continues, driving him deep into the misty forests where the monsters are always waiting. A month of non-stop combat turns into a year. Eventually, even 10 years of slaughter start to feel like a dull routine performed on a mountain of corpses. Our protagonist had spent so long at the top of the food chain that he genuinely forgot what it felt like to be scared. That confidence disappears the moment the shadow of a true overlord falls across him. It makes his entire decade of dominance look like a joke. This creature is different. It's the first threat that makes him feel like he's the one being hunted. The demon overlord looms over the ruins of everything our protagonist ever knew, dropping the cold truth that the world he fought to protect is already gone. Facing the mastermind behind the destruction only makes the young man more defiant, and as the monster watches the burning battlefield, he sees a strength in him that would be a waste to simply destroy. But the kid rejects the offer of becoming a sword with one sharp insult, choosing to die with his world instead of serving its killer. Our protagonist throws everything into one final lunge, but the overlord just brushes him aside like he's nothing, never even pausing before swinging a heavy fist with the cold irritation of a man swatting a fly. This isn't a duel, it's an execution. The gap between them has never felt wider than it does right now. Sent flying through the smoke, he manages to find his center midair. He launches himself straight back into the heat for one more desperate clash. The strike lands with the weight of a collapsing mountain, leaving the protagonist struggling to keep his vision from blurring. He barely finds his footing before his survival instinct drives him into a desperate charge that puts him right back in front of the man who treats him like an insect. The overlord meets the rush with a surge of energy that shakes the ground. He waits for the dust to settle, watching with cold silence. Our protagonist is kneeling in the dirt while the demon overlord towers over him. He catches sight of the blue pendant on the monster's chest, and the exhaustion finally lifts as his eyes glow with a new kind of focus. Our hero launches into a reckless charge, putting every bit of his strength into a massive swing. It isn't enough. The demon stays perfectly still as the sky begins to tear open in a massive vortex, signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning. Our protagonist is battered and exhausted, but his body is still in the fight. The source of his power begins to reach its breaking point, releasing a surge that's been locked away until now. The demon overlord catches the shift in the air, his rage focusing on the single human who refuses to stay down. Despite the weight of the battle, our MC refuses to let this be the end. His armor is shattered, but his resolve is finally catching up to the stakes. He pushes through the final limit of his human soul, breaking the rules of the world in one violent burst. This is the moment the fight changes forever. Seeing the power unfold, the demon overlord realizes the danger, frantically shouting for it to stop before it's too late. Amidst the collapsing world, the demon overlord stands as a figure of total, crushing power, while our protagonist reaches his absolute limit. His face is battered and his armor is soaked through with his own blood. He's standing, but there's no life left in the pose, just a body refusing to admit it's already lost. This was supposed to be the final stand, the moment where he turned it all around, but instead he's found the cold reality of his own failure. Then, something deep in the void shifts as his eye snaps open with a light that doesn't belong to this world. It's a desperate awakening, catching a spark that should have been put out long ago and cutting through the darkness like a comet falling across the sky. Someone looks out over the destruction and calls it a magnificent view, as if the end of the world is just another piece of art. Meanwhile, back on the city streets, a pair of sandals hits the pavement with a steady, intentional rhythm. Our protagonist moves through the crowd with his eyes locked forward. He looks like a regular student with a backpack, but he carries the weight of someone who knows exactly what's coming. Of course, the quiet is a lie. It officially breaks the second a red alarm on the wall starts to flash. Most people see a locked gate and a warning sign and turn around. When the emergency sirens blare and the halls turn red, it's a sign to run. For our protagonist, it means he's finally done following the rules. The Namsan Gate is strictly for registered heroes, requiring a team of 3 and high-level clearance just to enter. Even as automated warnings tell civilians to stay back, our protagonist stands at the entrance in Yongsan District and takes a single heavy step forward that sets off red lights and alarms across the facility. The system screams that an unregistered hero has just forced his way into the zone, but he doesn't slow down. He's past the point of following rules now. He isn't coming back until the job is finished. Deep in the forest, our MC makes his way through the brush until a shout breaks the quiet and a team of heroes comes out of the trees. Their leader thinks he's just lost, but our hero only watches them with a blank expression. Behind their hands, the group starts judging his clothes, convinced that even a low-level porter would know better than to dress like this for a dungeon run. Imagine stepping into a high-rank dungeon with nothing but a backpack and a pair of sandals. Most people would call it suicide, but for this boy, it's just another Tuesday. A group of heroes spots a kid with a black backpack and sandals in a place where they're geared for war, but he looks bored as he explains he only just arrived. To them, he's just a porter who got ditched by his team, and the veteran hero warns him that treating a rank C gate like a TV show is suicide. He has no use for their concern, already looking past them to the hunt ahead, watching as the boy they just tried to help walks away without a word. One of them wants to drag him back, but the leader stops him. If the kid is going to ignore good advice, he'll have to learn the hard way that life inside a gate is nothing like what he's seen on a screen. It's a brutal reality. A massive beast looms over him, a wall of muscle that makes the protagonist look tiny, and it lets out a roar that signals exactly what he's walked into. He feels the shift in the air before the sound hits, sensing the heavy presence waiting right behind his back. A massive ogre closes the distance in a single stride, swinging its club to end him before he can turn. But he doesn't flinch. This is the moment he's lived through in his head for 10 long years. The strike hits nothing but dirt, while our protagonist moves into the beast's guard, his gaze cold and steady. Our protagonist isn't interested in a fair fight, so he closes the gap and ends the struggle in one motion, slicing through the monster's neck before it can even process its life is over. The ogre slams into the forest floor, while the hero lands with the ease of a man who has done this 1,000 times before. As the silence returns to the clearing, the weight of a realization finally lands. Nothing about his life has actually changed. Whether he's here or back in the world that ended, the only thing that truly matters is how well he can use a blade. Our lead stands in the quiet of the forest clearing, looking out over a field where the smoke of the fight hasn't even settled. He draws a curved blade, checking the reflection in the metal to see if the edge is still sharp. The weight of the kill finally lands as he stares into the trees. He's done what he had to, but he knows there is no going back from this. Beside him on the grass, a severed limb lies in a pool of red. It's the final proof of just how far he's willing to go. The kill is clean, but he doesn't have the luxury of standing around and instead pulls a prize from the remains, a low-grade magic stone that he wouldn't have even glanced at in his past life. Since times have changed, every bit of power is worth zipping away while he stays low and slips back through the forest. Something in the air shifts, and he freezes as heavy footsteps begin to shake the dirt beneath his feet until a pack of ogres breaks through the tree line with their eyes fixed on him. Our protagonist senses the massive weight closing in from behind. He shifts his weight as a heavy blade slices through the air, and then he reaches for the jagged red crystal at his side. He moves faster than the beast can track. A precise strike sends blood spraying across the clearing. He lands and resets his stance, standing firm as the rest of the pack begins to close the distance. But the monsters aren't the problem anymore. A new sound cuts through the noise, the heavy, steady rhythm of footsteps that shouldn't be here. The group continues down the forest trail, but the orange-haired girl is still stuck on the rude guy they met earlier, wondering out loud if he might actually end up dead. Her teammate asks if she's finally starting to care. Their leader breaks the mood with a bit of cold logic and notes that the control center has already sent a team to handle any intruders. Since this is a rank C gate, these agents move at speeds a normal person couldn't even track. He tells her the man will survive as long as he stays away from the monsters, and the rest of the team is quick to agree. While someone talks about an arrogant punk shaking in fear, the monster is the only one actually trembling. Our protagonist drives a fist straight into its face, twisting through the air with a speed the beast can't track. As the realization lands hard, the monster is completely outclassed. He hangs in the air for a split second before slamming his heel into the ogre's head to end the fight. One strike. The creature is just another body on the dungeon floor now. The job is getting tedious. He adds a few more magic stones to his inventory, but since he hasn't seen a high-tier monster in hours, as our protagonist stops to count his haul, he realizes the harvest is thinner than he hoped. 12 low-grade and 16 mid-grade stones won't get the job done. A shout from deep in the woods pulls his attention away from the numbers, and as footsteps thunder through the brush, a squad of elite agents in black suits drops into the clearing to block his path. These aren't scavengers. They move with the kind of speed that only comes from official training. A group from the gate control center intercepts him, demanding a hero registration ID that he's never even heard of. They aren't asking nicely, and the aggressive demand for compliance makes it clear that our protagonist is weighing his options for a split second. This whole situation is just an annoying hurdle he doesn't have time for, dangling the steel as a final warning that they will use force to bring him in. The control center agent makes his move, clamping a hand down on the protagonist's arm while warning him that any injuries from resisting will be his own fault. But our hero isn't interested in going quietly, tearing his arm free with a display of power that leaves the agent shook as his patience reaches its limit, and draws their electrified batons to block his path. But rank 4 seals were only ever meant for orcs and won't be enough to stop him. He isn't here to make friends. Our protagonist snaps the agent's arm and doesn't even blink as he drops a final warning over the screams. This is the only mercy they're going to get today, and though he warns them to go back, his eyes say the time for talking is over. Our protagonist stands his ground, letting his intent sharpen while the pressure in the clearing begins to mount. 2 elite agents from the control center close in with batons, but their coordinated strike fails to find a mark as he tracks their movements with a cold, professional eye. He digs into a low sweep that knocks the attackers off balance before landing a heavy punch that folds the lead agent instantly. The blow throws both men back, proving these high-ranking units aren't anywhere near his level. The first strike lands with enough force to send the agent reeling, forcing the lead officer to witness the power gap firsthand as he realizes they are completely outclassed. But the protagonist has already sensed his opening and blurs out of sight in a motion too fast to track. Left staring at empty air, the officer doesn't see the clinical knee to his ribs until he's already folding and collapsing into the dirt, gasping for air as the realization lands. They were never going to win. Our protagonist corners the lead agent, demanding to know if registered heroes are safe from government trouble. The young man gets a shaky answer. As long as they follow the rules, no one will come for them. But the mood shifts the second he asks about rift zones, and the agent's nerves break. These zones are global tiers in reality, where monsters spill into our world. Since the remains of these creatures are a main source of energy, any area the government hasn't yet turned into a controlled gate is considered a wild rift zone. Our protagonist stands his ground, looking like a man who hasn't heard a rule he meant to follow in years. There's something dangerous in his silence, a cold focus that makes it clear the conversation was over before it started. The lead control agent starts to crumble, sweating through his suit as he desperately explains how the system works, but his warnings about the Hero Association feel weak the moment they leave his mouth. The MC ignores the law with a single shrug and asks why any of it should matter to him. The agent finally sees the shape of the trap he's walked into. Apparently, he isn't facing a normal hero, but a man who truly doesn't care if he lives or dies. That realization is the last thing he gets before the world turns into a blur of motion. He treats the strongest hunters like they aren't even worth his time. Our protagonist tosses the lead agent aside like a nuisance, walking away without a second look because he considers the man a complete nobody. When the thin boundary holding his world together finally shatters, a massive eye snaps open in the dark. Something ancient is finally waking up. Hearing a scream that pulls him under, the falling hero is dragged into a void where there is nothing left but the cold certainty of death. Death was supposed to be a quiet place, where the noise finally stops. But the silence doesn't hold as his mind jolts back to life. He isn't in a grave, but plummeting through a bright sky toward a realm of light where he faces a stranger from another world and demands to know who he's looking at. Meet Seo Dojin, who is facing his own death in this strange sky realm when he encounters a falling hero offering him a deal. Dojun shuts the man's request down instantly, catching the warrior off guard and watching as that shock turns into a heavy, deep exhaustion. Apparently, this fighter has no interest in living anymore after 10 years of betrayal and the loss of his country, leaving him with the bitter realization that all his sacrifice meant absolutely nothing. The question catches our protagonist by surprise, but he knows exactly what he's fighting for. The family's still waiting for him to come home. And even as the hero reaches his limit, he offers a single opening for the boy to name what he truly wants. This is the decision point. He prepares to voice the wish that will change everything. As the scene shifts to Seoul, our protagonist walks through the crowded district, drawing a hard look from a scarred man before stopping in front of a shop to weigh his options. Inside, the shopkeeper gives a distracted greeting. Once the MC mentions selling mana stones, the man switches into a full salesman persona. He tips his bag onto the counter, spilling a pile of stones so fresh the clerk groans about the blood while starting to sort the haul. Our protagonist sits in a shop looking like he just crawled out of a war zone, taking whatever drink is offered while the man behind the counter starts sorting through his mana stones. The boy cuts him off before he can finish talking, pointing out that he did all the hunting while the shop keeps half the profit for doing nothing, only for the shopkeeper to smirk and claim he's actually doing him a favor. This is clearly not how a fair trade works. The shopkeeper tries to play it cool with a final offer, but our protagonist calls the bluff immediately and starts packing his gems back into the bag. The man's face shifts when he sees the money walking out the door, and he lunges across the counter to stop him. Suddenly, the deal turns into a blatant scam. The man starts listing fake charges for everything from a sorting fee to the cup of coffee. But the shopkeeper only sneers and warns that this place is backed by C-rank heroes who have no problem handling someone who won't pay. The backup arrives, but they don't realize they're walking into a slaughterhouse. A massive man with a scarred eye looms over the shopkeeper, his size alone meant to end any argument before it starts, and he demands to know who's causing trouble as he looks for someone to crush. He's used to being the biggest threat in any room, but that confidence dies the second the scarred man freezes. Every muscle in his body tells him to run. He just realized he's standing in front of a predator he can't possibly survive. As it turns out, the pressure in the room is suffocating, and the shopkeeper can feel the raw intensity radiating off the young man. This wasn't supposed to be a fight, but some people only understand force. It only takes one move to end it, slamming the lead thug into the counter and standing over the wreckage of the gang without even looking winded. Seeing the entire group leveled in seconds is more than the shopkeeper can process. This kid isn't just another customer. Our protagonist steps over the groaning men and heads back toward the counter, where he makes it clear that the original deal still stands. He's only taking a 1% commission. Dojin needs to turn his loot into cash. But explaining that to his grandmother is harder than any monster fight. Dojin sets the terms for their future deals. Back at home, he drops a thick stack of cash on the floor, which sends his grandmother and sister into total shock. His grandmother picks up the notes and asks where he found this much money. He makes up a quick lie about a friend who finally paid back a loan, though her doubtful look makes it clear she knows he's hiding something. Dojin layers on the lies and claims the money is just a gift from an old friend, and though his grandmother accepts the story, the physical weight of the cash leaves her stunned. Eun-young doesn't care about the source and asks only if they are finally rich. Dojin gives her a firm yes while the girl erupts into a celebration, and as he watches her jump around the room, he knows his family is the only reason he is playing this dangerous game. Before his world ended, the sword god made one final wish for a house safer than any other, and when he vanishes into a new life, he wakes up as a young man named Seo Dojin with a little sister of his own to protect. Now he looks at a city he doesn't recognize while weighing the high price of safety, knowing that a massive fortune is a minor problem once his true strength returns, especially since the monsters attacking this reality are child's play compared to the creatures that actually destroyed his world. A sudden banging on the door cuts the silence and startles his family, but he tells his grandmother to stay inside where it's safe while he goes out to handle the unwelcome guests. Leaving his family behind, he finds two debt collectors waiting for him on the stairs. These are the loan sharks who preyed on the original Dojin. They turned a small hospital loan into a mountain of debt that was never meant to be paid, unaware that the board has changed. Back in the alley, the loan sharks have Dojin cornered and demand every cent he earned from the gate while mocking him for his bad contract. They even tell him not to take it personally while they strip him clean. The man scrambles back in terror as Dojin points out he's already paid over 9 million won, which by his count means they're the ones who owe him a refund. The thug stares up at him, unable to believe this is the same kid he used to bully, until Dojun clenches his fist and tells him to warn his boss that a visit is coming very soon. The mall is packed with shoppers today. For a family used to counting every cent, being here feels like a major win. They eventually stop at a wall of stuffed animals that usually cost a week's rent, and Eun-young can hardly believe her luck as she waits for her brother to confirm the gift. With the new clothes finally settled, Dojin tells Eun-young that the rest of the day is hers, and she can have whatever she wants. Watching her take in the news, the sword god feels a sudden shift in his own perspective. Sharing Dojin's memories has started to soften emotions he thought were long dead. Seeing her stare longingly at the shelves of toys brings a strange sense of compassion to the surface. Even as a half-sister in a complicated family, she was the one person the original Dojin truly loved. The sword god decides then that if he's going to live in this body, he'll at least make sure that kind heart stays protected. Dojin is ready to take his sister Eun-young out for a treat, and she starts with a small bunny plush while playing it safe like she's afraid to ask for something expensive. But our protagonist isn't interested in her holding back, so he grabs a massive bear and tells her she can have whatever she wants, and Eun-young finally realizes she doesn't have to worry about the price tag. For a moment, the world is just a tray of food. Dojun barely gets a bite in before a voice calls his name from behind with a tone that says the afternoon is over, and it's a sound he recognizes. He finds a woman with two massive guards who mock his appearance and glance at the girl sitting next to him before asking if he's out here causing trouble just like his mother did. Everything stops the moment she mentions his mom, and the warmth of the meal vanishes as a coldness settles over the table like a physical weight. Back at the restaurant, Eun-young stays focused on her food, while the sword god is stuck on the mention of Dojin's mother, wondering exactly who she is and where she fits into the picture. Dojin is locked in his own head, trying to make sense of the mess they're in, while a woman from the guild looms over the table to stare down at the young girl, quietly eating her lunch. She demands a name, and hearing it only invites more trouble, prompting the woman to mock her cheap clothes and compare her to the mother who left her with nothing. Dojun is used to people looking down on him, but there is one line you never cross. When a debt collector turns her focus toward his daughter, the mall food court stops being a public place and starts being a hunting ground. The woman leans in, looking for an answer she isn't getting yet, and mocks Dojin for being quiet, as if our boy is too scared to speak up, while he stays still and lets her mean look fill the space until she grows bored and looks for a new target to break. Backed by her guards, she turns her focus to Eun-young and drops an insult so nasty it changes the entire feeling of the mall, which turns out to be her final mistake as Dojin stops listening to the words and starts measuring the distance to the woman's throat. But before he can launch himself at her, Eunyoung hits back with her own blunt answer and calls the woman an ugly orc to her face. The woman stops mid-thought because she can feel that something about the boy has shifted. Dojin stares back with the gaze of someone who has lived a very hard life. He was born into poverty and left alone after his mother died, spending a decade as an outsider in his father's house. The sword god looks back on Dojin's life and finally realizes the weight of what the kid had to survive. He weighs that history and makes a silent vow to change the path they're on. It's going to be different now. Back at the table, he turns his focus to the woman who spent 12 years treating him like garbage, telling her plainly that she disgusts him. He doesn't hold back, dismantling her twisted personality and her lack of character. The guards lock up as he lays her complexes bare, mocking the jealousy she feels toward anyone who actually knows how to care for someone else. Eunyoung watches as the tension in the room finally reaches its breaking point, turning the mall into a stage for a public fight where Dojin stays unbothered by the threats until the woman's fury finally boils over. Before things get any worse, a well-dressed woman greets Dojin like someone he has known for years, shifting the balance of power in the room instantly. The daughter runs for backup the moment her mother arrives, but the older woman shuts down the frantic crying with a single word because she's disgusted by the scene her child is making. Then the mask slides back into place as she turns to Dojin with a false smile, playing the part of the kind relative while he only recalls 12 years of her constant torment. When she claims his father is actually worried about him, the lie is so clear it turns his stomach. He steps close to make it clear that their relationship is dead and gives her a final cold order to get lost. The legal wife is seething, her pride taking a hit she never expected, and she turns her back on the scene while her daughter scrambles to keep up. Every step is heavy with the shock of Dojun's change, remembering the man who used to lower his head and take any insult thrown his way. Her daughter calls out for her to wait, but the legal wife doesn't slow down, finally understanding that the version of Dojun who would stay quiet while being mistreated is dead. Back at the table, Dojun checks on Eunyoung, ready to get his sister away from the chaos for good. Dojun leaves them with one final look, a warning that they need to understand their new reality before it's too late. The legal wife finally cuts through the noise and calls out to Chief Lee, demanding to know how Dojun is still alive when the official report was clear about him being left for dead inside the rift zone. That answer only makes her fury worse. A man who should have been erased from existence is now standing right in front of them. The hired woman offers a quick apology and promises to investigate the failure again, but the mother only stares into the night with a look that suggests mistakes aren't something she tolerates. Her son is horrified by what he just heard, and as the car speeds through the dark, he finally asks the question he's been afraid of. Did she really try to kill Dojun? Instead of answering him, his mother turns her focus on the hired woman to see if she still has feelings for the boy she was supposed to remove. The son yells out of frantic denial because he knows how much trouble they'll be in if his grandfather finds out about this plot. Before another word can be said, the mother silences the woman and tells her son that this is her business and he needs to stay out of it. This is the part where the silence gets dangerous. Dojin squeezes the life out of any remaining hope of escape, leaving the woman frozen in terror under his grip. Behind him, the wife's pride turns into a murderous promise to erase him from the world. This is the part where things get ugly. 10 years ago, the world we knew ended. It started with the rifts appearing out of nowhere, followed by monsters that didn't just invade. They hunted us like cattle. Entire cities burned, and our old weapons were useless against things that shouldn't even exist. But then the first heroes stepped up to hold the line, offering humanity a desperate chance at a future. Along with these saviors came a new way of life, built on the magic stones taken from the very monsters that tried to wipe us out. Our protagonist understands the new math better than most. In a world centered on gates, the only people getting rich are the heroes. Dojin reaches his destination at a local capital office in Yongdong-po, stepping onto the property like a man who already knows exactly how this conversation is going to end. A man in sunglasses watches him from the roof. The loan shark isn't happy to see the kid who trashed his crew today, and Dojun isn't here to apologize, feeling instead like the one who got cheated and wanting full payment for all his trouble. The man realizes the quiet kid he remembers is gone, but a few new powers don't scare him, and he leans in with a cold threat, his men looming over him while their leader begins a lecture on why hunter ranks are all that matter. He adjusts his jacket and calls the weaker hunters trash, bragging about the muscle he keeps under his thumb while Dojun watches him with a steady gaze, waiting for the boss to finish his order to sit down. Dojun shuts the conversation down with a single line because he's nowhere near finished, and as the thug loses his temper and lunges forward, he finds out the hard way that he's already lost the moment the kid moves. A precise strike sends the man reeling into the lockers, and before the rest of the crew can even process the impact, Dojun is already inside their guard, catching the bald thug with a blow that snaps his head back while questioning if their business extends beyond predatory loans. He handles the last man while revealing he knows about their fake ID work, because if he's going to build a life in this world, he needs a hero ID to start earning real money. The massive thug swings with everything he has, but Dojun slips under the blow, ending the fight in seconds. Our MC doesn't waste time bragging, because he just wants a clean result with no trouble later. He gives the loan shark until tomorrow to make it happen as the survivors watch in total shock, and the truth finally hits the boss that this isn't some beginner he can push around. He can feel the weight of the boy's power, the kind that only belongs to a top-level hunter. Dojun waits in the silence until the brown-haired thug finally cracks, and as he reaches out to grip the man's shoulder, he reveals there is still one more thing he needs to know. Looking him dead in the eye, our lead asks if Hong Hiju was the one who ordered the hit, bringing up the memory of the woman who hired them before his grip tightens and forces a scream of agony into the room. Seeing what's coming next, the blonde thug blurts out the name while his boss confirms it was that woman who set the whole hit in motion. The thug screams out the truth just to make the pain stop, revealing that his employer wanted Dojun buried in debt until he finally ended his own life. As the man begs for mercy, Dojun realizes the gate was meant to be a trap. Surprisingly, the loan shark seems to have no idea about the incident at the gate. He argues he needs Dojun alive to get paid, while our lead stays silent and weighs the truth of the story. Dojun finally names the man who started his nightmare, Kang Chulwoo, and gives the loan sharks until tomorrow to find every scrap of info they have on him. He walks out without looking back, his focus already shifting toward the people he's actually trying to protect. He needs a home where his grandmother and Unyong can live without fear, somewhere truly safe from the world he's now forced to walk through. A normal life is no longer an option for someone like him, but he's already accepted that price. Since he's already cleaning house, he might as well finish what he started and settle every debt he owes. Dojun prepares to test his limits at a gate that isn't meant for a B-rank hero. The terminal warns him that his level is too low. He ignores the alarms and steps inside, heading into Bamseom Gate, where the narrow tunnel makes solo play nearly impossible for anyone who isn't top tier. For most people, landing in a spot like this would be a death sentence, but for Dojun, the absolute worst-case scenario feels like an invitation. Standing alone in the dark, he's face to face with a massive serpent that would make most veterans turn and run. Instead of fear, our hero feels a dark thrill as he prepares to fight. He lunges forward, catching the beast with a heavy blow that sends it reeling. He identifies the creature as a black-fanged snake, knowing one graze from its venom means instant paralysis. Our protagonist blurs through the air to avoid the strike, planting his foot to pivot back and delivering a single clean blow that rips through the giant snake, catching his breath for just a second while weighing the effort against the 300,000 won he's earning for this hunt. His focus shifts the moment he hears a hisses from behind, and as multiple serpents lunge out of the darkness, he catches the lead one mid-air and crushes its skull. Dojun stands over the body and digs for a magic stone that isn't there because apparently the hunt is off to a bad start. Thinking back to his past life, he knows the odds are bad since the drop rate is less than 3%, meaning he'll have to kill a few hundred just to see a return. He moves into the next sector where a group of skeleton warriors is already waiting. Skeleton warriors aren't the only threat in these woods, and Dojun wonders if he just found the area boss as a massive black fang snake towers over the trees. But since he'd lost the path earlier, he sees the monster as a shortcut and launches into the air to end the fight quickly. The impact sends a shock through his arm that leaves him frozen as his blade bounces off the scales. And the reality finally sets in. His attacks aren't doing a thing. Dojun closes the gap as his blade connects with enough force to shatter the wall behind him. The monster roars and lunges while Dojun throws himself out of the way, catching his footing and sprinting across the floor to drive a heavy punch into the beast's side. Dojun stops. The creature is just too tough. The sword god studies the situation and realizes this massive snake is much stronger than the others, and its scales are so thick that blunt force won't even leave a mark. He feels the bite of frustration. This monster would be nothing if he had his original strength. A discarded blade sits among the bones of fallen warriors. He studies the weapon as the shape of a new plan starts to form. It's an old piece of scrap, but the sword god knows that a master's skill can make even a broken edge lethal. Our protagonist has just found a weapon, and he isn't planning on giving it back anytime soon. Dojun steps forward with a blood-stained blade in hand, sizing up the massive black fang snake while looking like a speck against its frame, then launches off the ground. He spins through the air and tells the monster that dying by his hand is the only honor it'll ever get. As his hand tightens on the hilt, the black fang snake lets out a piercing screeches as poison drips from its fangs. Dojun doesn't give it a second chance, driving his blade home with enough force to shatter the steel and leave him holding a broken hilt. He weighs the size of the beast against the jagged scrap of metal in his hand. If he hadn't caught that strike in time, the fight would have been a disaster, and now he's just left holding a weapon that's way too short for a longsword. Dojun looks over the jagged scrap he scavenged. By the time he finally leaves the facility, the moon is high. He hadn't expected a single B-rank gate to take this much effort. Still, the presence inside him doesn't care about the physical exhaustion. Restoring his lost strength is the only thing that matters now, and everything else is secondary to getting back what he lost. Looking out at the city, he feels the weight of a former life. Thankful the legendary warriors he used to call friends aren't here to see how far he's fallen. For most hunters, the job is less about heroism and more about scraping together enough mana stones to survive another week. This veteran pours out his latest haul only to be met with a brutal 40% commission. He tries to haggle, hoping his status as a regular earns him a break. But the dealer isn't budging. Selling illegally comes with its own price. And in this shop, loyalty doesn't buy a discount. He looks up, finally noticing the attendant is covered in bandages and a fresh black eye. The kid tries to brush it off, but eventually admits some lunatic beat their guards to a pulp and left him like this. It triggers a lecture about how relying on a rank is a rookie mistake, and the attendant can only stand there and hope the old man stops nagging and finally leaves. A regular hunter plays the role of a protective mentor to the shop staff, but the vibe dies when Dojun enters and stands his ground. The shop attendant locks up the moment he recognizes the man at the door and starts screaming for help. The realization hits him hard. He points out his assailant, making sure the veteran knows exactly who battered his face. The veteran looks Dojun over, lecturing him on the ethics of hitting a civilian. With backup finally here, the attendant warns Dojun he's messing with a 7-year professional. Dojun gives a cold dismissal and starts to walk away, leaving the attendant grinning as the veteran hunter behind him tenses up. Our MC looks back with total indifference, a look that usually gets a man killed in a place like this. But 7 years of survival instincts scream in the veteran's ear that the leading cause of death for hunters, it's picking a fight with the wrong person. Suddenly claiming he's busy, the man laughs off the tension and makes a quick exit, leaving the shop in total silence. Dojun waits for the man to find his nerve. He frantically grabs the bag Dojun brought in and stares down at a collection of high-grade mana stones. This is someone far above his pay grade. A client with an identity he can't even begin to guess, and his fingers fly across the keys until he can finally name the total: 150 million won. Dojin isn't exactly happy with the money after a full day of hunting, and when the clerk tries to bring up the house cut, the atmosphere turns cold. Our protagonist offers a mocking fee instead. The man is screaming internally since the actual rate is 40%, but he only stutters out a lie about needing his boss's approval before Dojin shuts him down and demands the call be made right now. The pawnshop attendant is on the phone, nervously explaining how things went south, but before he can finish the report, the phone is snatched away. Dojun takes over the call and tells the man on the other end to quit stalling, forcing the boss to agree to the terms after realizing he has no other choice. After a sudden impact cuts the conversation short, Dojin relays the news that the boss has folded, while our protagonist walks out suggesting they make another cool deal next time. 10 minutes after the mess, the pawnshop owner bursts back into his shop, demanding to know why his calls were ignored, only to find the place wrecked and his worker on the verge of a total breakdown. And while the owner realizes how quickly this has spiraled and the employee flinches at the ringing, he wastes no time calling Juyeon to report the disaster. After getting a call to come over, Hyunyoyeon heads into the city, her steady steps drawing every eye on the street. People whisper her name as she passes, but she ignores the crowd and stops right in front of a local pawnshop. The attendant inside screams the second he sees her face, looking more terrified than relieved that his help finally arrived. Hyunyoyeon makes her entrance with the kind of casual confidence that only comes from being one of the strongest people in Korea. The pawnshop attendant locks up the moment he recognizes her. She is the country's 4th S-rank hero and his own boss's niece. It is a terrifying realization for someone working in an illegal shop. She moves toward the counter to explain that her uncle is nursing a headache over reports of a hero forcing illegal mana stone sales. Her gaze sharpens as she demands to hear exactly what happened. While Eun-young watches from the porch, back in the quiet courtyard of their home, Dojin pushes through a grueling routine to harden his new body, knowing that his progress is moving far too slow. A full day of hunting barely brings in enough to fund his goals. He needs to clear S-rank gates alone much sooner than his current pace allows. Regaining his past strength is his only path forward. However, reaching his former peak in this mana-starved world could take years, making high-end equipment the only real way to bridge the gap. Dojin looks over his meager inventory and realizes he's coming up short, without even enough low-grade gear to be useful. A sudden sense of dread pulls his focus away from the items. Outside, Eun-young is startled by a noise that shouldn't be there, and Dojun instantly grabs his sister, shouting that she needs to get inside right now. He hurries her into the hallway. The house begins to shake violently. His grandmother screams that it's just an earthquake, but Dojun realizes the truth immediately. This isn't the ground moving on its own. It's a sign that the threat he's been waiting for is finally here. The sky splits open as a bolt strikes, proving that the quiet life he was trying to build is officially over. The peace of the neighborhood shatters as dark veins tear through the air, opening a massive rift directly over the city. And while his grandmother and sister shrink back in terror, Dojin orders them to stay inside before, just as the alarms are surely starting to ring at the Seoul Hero Association. Chaos breaks out at the control center when an agent reports a new rift opening in the Mapo district, ending a 63-day streak of peace that the team leader knew wouldn't last. He jumps into action, ordering the White Lion Guild and every nearby hero to mobilize before asking for the exact location of the rift. It's right in the yard of a private residence. No one else can get in until that person comes back out. And if they die inside, a massive monster wave will trigger and last for 10 days. Turning all of Seoul into a hunting ground. The center confirms that a man named Seo Dojin has already crossed the threshold, risking his life to save his younger sister. The blonde agent realizes Dojin isn't a hero and runs the math on the chance of a monster wave occurring in the rift. The result is 99.9%. A heavy silence falls over the room as the staff weighs the odds of a catastrophe they are powerless to stop. In a private office, a report hits the desk as the news travels upward. The strawberry blonde woman demands to know how a regular civilian like Dojin could have possibly awakened. Chief Lee confirms that while the paperwork isn't finished, his power at the gate was unmistakable. Inside her private office, the woman explodes at Manager Lee, demanding that Kang Chul-woo either finish the job or pay back 10 times the money he received. Lee cuts her off with the news that a rift just opened at Dojun's house, and the target has already walked inside, leaving the room in a heavy silence, while she weighs the odds of him ever coming back and orders Lee to keep an eye on the situation until Dojun's death is certain. Chief Lee takes his orders and heads out right away to start the next phase. While elsewhere, the sword god feels the earth beneath his feet and finds himself standing in a bright grove that catches him off guard. It is hard to believe, but he recognizes this as the Patisua forest where he spent his childhood. Every detail, from the manna in the air to the clouds in the sky, is the same as the home he left behind, so he decides to test the woods and see if the old paths still lead where he expects. Everything finally clicks into place, with the world tree looming above him as a primordial source of power he never expected to find again. He remembers how his original world fell apart the moment the tree burned, but now, feeling the bark under his hands, he sees the path forward, a way to regain the absolute mana he once held. At the heart of the world tree, the sword god finally reconnects with the source of his strength. The journey back was never going to be easy, but standing here now, he knows the real fight is only just beginning, and sinks into a trance to push the physical limits of his host body. He meditates in the hollow as one day turns into 3, and eventually forgets food and water to spend 10 full days focusing on his breath. Finally, he lets out one long, deep exhale. Dojun locks his focus on the shifting shadows, as the Vulcanians finally reveal themselves. He recognizes them instantly as the ancient enemies who once burned the world tree to the ground, and now they have him surrounded in the heart of the forest. Our protagonist admits a water element blade would make this battle a lot easier, especially as the pack lunges forward to close the gap, but he decides his lack of gear won't change the outcome. He's going to shatter every last one of them. He pulls every scrap of mana into his hand and lets it build until the air hums, ignoring the Vulcanians as they rush forward certain they have him cornered, but our protagonist doesn't flinch. The monsters freeze once they finally realize their mistake, and he lets the mana release detonate with enough force to turn the entire pack into a memory. The sword god lets out a long breath after dumping his mana. He takes a second to check his work as the power around him fades, and once he confirms the world tree is safe, he decides to check how much mana he has left. He starts walking toward the survivors while they roar one last challenge. The sword god tears through the Vulcanians with overwhelming force, while every strike hits with perfect precision until their bodies turn into bursts of light. As the last monster crumbles into a red crystal, he walks past the remains toward the next wave, his smile showing he finally has the confirmation he wanted. The sword god isn't just here to survive, he's looking for a specific prize. Grinning like a hunter, he waits for the undying ember to drop. He recalls the high reward rate for these creatures and launches himself into the pack, tearing through the first wave with heavy strikes. The slaughter ends in one continuous motion that leaves the room silent. Once the dust settles under a massive tree, the fight is over. The rewards finally appear, a pile of red gems and a single gold coin glinting in the dirt. He reaches for the prize he came for, recognizing the familiar glow of the undying ember, a power he didn't expect to hold again so soon, and as the heat builds he can feel it carries the same weight he remembers from before. He knows his current body can't handle drawing mana straight from the world tree, so he absorbs the energy instead, turning his mana into a fire attribute. He focuses on the conversion, forcing the energy to anchor deep within his soul. He tests the limits of this new form, feeling out the strength in his limbs while stepping past the gems on the ground, looking out over the misty clearing and deciding to keep absorbing as long as he can. The world is changing. The sky tears open without warning, and the media frenzy makes it clear that a disaster is coming as Bang Seong-woo's patience begins to wear thin. While Kim Hyun-woo checks his watch and dismisses the motive, knowing that saving a younger sister doesn't mean much in their line of work. Seongwoo is practically spitting with rage, convinced the guy who rushed into the rift was just a selfish dreamer chasing a quick power-up. When Hyunwoo asks about their orders, the answer is just the same old instruction to stay put, as rifts are currently tearing open across the entire globe at the exact same time. This kind of massive event has never happened before, and while other countries manage to lock down their zones early, Songwoo feels like they're the only ones being hit this hard. He's put all his frustration on the man who went in first, and makes a violent promise to settle the score when the guy steps back out, even as the rift continues to pulse. The rift has been open for 28 days now. That's long enough for the Hero Association to issue a Level 1 monster alert as they search for an unknown civilian. At the Loan Shark office, Hwang Chang-seop turns off the news, already knowing that this missing man is actually Seo Dojun. His right-hand man confirms the identity. As it turns out, this is the best news they've heard all month. When the boss asks about the chances of Dojun making it back alive, Kim gives him the hard truth. A civilian trapped for a month has less than a 1% chance. He drops those odds even lower, counting the man as dead already. Changseo finds the whole thing hilarious. The Hero Association is making a huge mistake by treating Dojun like an ordinary man. The bandaged thugs in the room are proof that he's anything but a civilian. Changseop considers the chance that Dojun isn't awakened, though director Kim admits it's hard to tell without knowing the kid's rank, and the Loan Shark agrees that street fighting is nothing like surviving a rift. He moves to secure the protagonist's family to make sure he has leverage, setting up a cruel plan where he wins either way. If the kid dies, he sells their organs for cash, and if the kid lives, he'll claim he was protecting them to create a debt that never ends. Inside the quiet clearing of the World Tree, the man once known as the Sword God finally wakes and wonders just how much time has passed. He has successfully absorbed every single one of the hundreds of undying embers. He can use firepower whenever he wants now, which puts him in a state that is already stronger than his very best in his past life. He stands in the silence for a moment. This tree has provided for him both in the past and now, and he offers a final word of thanks before he leaves. He left with a promise, a vow to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. But the world he returned to wasn't the one he remembered. The Sword God packs the harvest into his net and bows his head for a final goodbye, promising that if they ever meet again, he will stand as their shield. The forest vanishes, replaced by a city under a moon. As he pulls himself through the veil to land on a rooftop, somewhere nearby, a powerful presence is calling to the Sword God, and he picks up the pace to find the source until his search is cut short by two men in suits who he recognizes immediately as the same hunters from the last gate. Since getting caught would only lead to a massive headache, he pushes off and leaps into the night air to find a different way around. The night starts quiet at the pawn shop, but it ends with an explosion that shakes the district to its core. Inside, Seongwoo and Hyunwoo scramble for cover as the heat rises and the entire building turns into a furnace. The people on the street are left wondering how a disaster could have started so instantly, wondering if an old rival like Cusack would find something to admire in a flame this perfect. But in the present, Hyunwoo stops dead and calls for a halt that leaves Songwoo confused, watching the jagged energy pulse over the quiet city, and he breaks into a sprint because the rift is shifting into something far more dangerous. The shock lands on Bang Seongwoo's face like a physical blow. Blocks away, the Sword God carries his basket up the stairs under the light of the full moon, satisfied to be done with the job. He looks back once to confirm the night is finally still again. This part of his work is over. Breaking news hits the streets of Seoul as the massive rift in Mapo disappears, ending a month-long standoff that began when an unregistered resident named Mr. So wandered inside. While news reports mention a strange fire at a nearby junkyard, Dojun moves through the city crowd showing no sympathy for one life when the alternative was watching their city turn into a war zone. Dojun walks the city with the quiet acceptance that if the World Tree is gone, it might actually be for the best, because he still has people in this reality who need his protection. He arrives at the HCS Capitol building in Yeongdeung-po, and hears two thugs in the stairwell mocking a dead man and the defenseless family he left behind. The thugs trade stories about their boss's cruelty, laughing about how he plans to bleed value out of even the youngest targets, until a sudden voice from the dark stops them, and Dojun steps into the light to demand the location of the man in charge. Across town, a luxury sedan screeches to a halt, and the boss steps out to check his hair in the reflection, humming a tune while director Kim Yong-gu catches up. He's got work to do today. Our boss thinks he's finally won. With his rival supposedly dead, he's already planning a night of celebration, but he doesn't know the person he's looking for is standing right behind him. With his enemy dead, our boss feels like he can breathe again, so he checks with director Kim to find his evening wide open and decides to celebrate at a local club. He heads up the stairwell thinking he's safe, but he catches a flash of movement as one of his men gets thrown back. He freezes as blood splashes across his face just as the next strike sends him reeling. The office is quiet while the boss gasps for air, clutching his chest as Dojun looks down on him and tells him to crawl over like a dog. The weight of the threat is physical, leaving the boss shaking so hard he can barely keep his jaw steady. When the man hesitates, Dojun starts closing the distance, his footsteps heavy enough to break whatever resolve the boss has left. The once feared thug drops his head and begins to crawl. Dojun has completely taken over the office. He lounges with his feet up, looking down on the man who once thought he was in charge. He doesn't see a human across from him anymore, just a target for his contempt, and gives the man a single command: bark. The boss is broken. He starts to whine in front of his own men until he finally gives in, whispering the first word as the reality of his situation sinks in. Then the dam breaks. He starts shouting the barks at the top of his lungs, willing to do anything to stay alive while his underlings watch their leader reduced to a pet. Dojun demands more volume, staring down at the row of thugs who bow and scrape while looking for an opening to strike. He's dealt with their kind enough to know exactly where the loyalty ends. So as Wang Chang-seop crawls at his feet promising to be a loyal dog, Dojun ends the begging with one heavy blow that sends the boss to the floor. This guy used to run the streets, but tonight he's just more noise that needs to be silenced. Director Kim Yong-gu freezes when he realizes the promotion Dojun is offering isn't just a suggestion, and Dojun waits in the chair while telling him that taking out the trash shouldn't be hard. A cold sweat breaks. Kim starts stammering about connections and bowing to beg for one more chance. He isn't ready for the weight of a coup, mocking their lack of imagination. The threat of becoming monster food lands with lethal weight, and Hwang collapses onto the floor to beg for his life while our hero weighs the cost of ending him. It would be cleaner, but he catches himself hesitating and wonders if he's actually going soft, eventually deciding he can use a man this desperate and reaching out a hand. Wang Chang-seop has reached the end of his rope and sees only one way out, groveling for forgiveness and promising to serve Dojun like his own brother, but finding no mercy when a sudden searing heat erupts through his arm. Dojun delivers his final warning and watches the fire take hold to ensure the conversation is finally over. The flash of power finally dies down. Dojun turns his back on the mess and lets the man's screams follow him toward the exit. Without even a backward glance, he drops a warning that changes everything. From this moment on, a single scratch on his family means a death sentence for everyone involved. Officially, the world believes the rift took Dojun's life, and the city has moved on without him. Government records and local apps all tell the same story, sending news of his death to every screen in the country. Walking back into the light would only cause a mess he isn't ready to clean up. It is a calculated choice to stay in the shadows, letting the world keep its memories while the boy lives as a ghost. Dojun checks the latest news on his screen and suggests they take their time moving because their target will soon find a new place, but Eun-young is too busy eating her burger to worry about the plans or how happy she is to finally be moving. He starts looking ahead to her future, promising she'll get to join the other kids in kindergarten and start real school by next year, but the mention of school makes her go quiet. Dojun catches the shift and asks if she's just afraid of going, and the answer lands with a weight he wasn't ready for. The other kids have been picking on her because she doesn't have parents. That reality hits him hard, The normal life he wants for her is already full of its own kind of pain. Dojin feels the weight of every word his sister said. He realizes he can't let her go back to a place that makes her feel so small. The worry disappears the moment he tells her to just skip it. Dojin makes a silent promise to find a school that actually deserves her, a place where his new status will keep the bullies away. Reality hits hard when he sees the motel where his family is living. He confronts the director in the hallway and asks if the man has any common sense. The director tries to justify the cheap room, but Dojin shuts the excuse down immediately. He opens the door, and his sister's joy makes the anger fade. The moment Dojin steps through the door, Eunyoung throws herself at him with a scream of pure relief. His grandmother holds on tight, trembling as she finally accepts that he's actually home, and Eunyoung doesn't let go either, buried in his side as the years of waiting finally end. Seeing them like this, Dojin starts to understand the depth of the grief they carried while he was gone. He isn't just a survivor anymore. He's the center of their world again. Later, Eunyoung asks if he's become a hero like the ones on the news. Dojin asks if she'd like that, but she refuses with a protective sharpness, making it clear she only wants him to stay safe. Eunyoung grew up on stories about heroes who fought monsters and never came back. She is tired of hearing about people who never come home, and now she finally says what is really on her mind. Dojin doesn't answer right away, so she repeats her wish for them to stay together. Memories of that ruined world are still sharp for the only human who survived until the end. He spent years alone fighting beasts in the dirt. Somewhere in that struggle he forgot what it felt like to have a family, but now he finally has something precious to protect. One wish, the rest of his life. Dojin watches his family and decides that he can finally protect this small patch of peace. High above the city, the Korea Hero Association headquarters remains on alert as the founder, Nat Tae-hwang, pushes for any answers even if the mystery could return at any moment. Nat Tae-hwang catches his own intensity and pulls back with a quick apology, though as a respected hero, he has enough influence to win a presidency or crush major corporations if he ever wanted power. Hearing that a homeowner has agreed to sell, he insists they are paid well above market rate to help them find peace after their loss, while elsewhere, Dojin continues digging through files on his laptop. Nat Tae-hwang studies the data, tracking the rifts appearing across multiple countries at once, and while his secretary notes that major powers have contained their threats, the strategist knows the UK is wide open with their heroes deployed elsewhere. The situation shifts from theory to crisis when an alert catches Dojin off guard, confirming a massive rift wave has just hit the UK. There is no one left to stop it. The city moves along at its own pace. He stops at a shop specializing in mana stones, looking to trade power for cash. But the sight of the young man standing right in front of him sends the worker into a total panic. And Dojin isn't waiting around for permission to start his business. The exchange manager steps forward with an immediate accusation, identifying the MC as the one who bullied his staff into buying stones earlier. But the protagonist brushes the hostility aside and explains that he only came back because he needs someone high-ranking enough to handle a massive deal. He drops his haul onto the counter with a heavy impact that suggests he isn't exaggerating about the volume. But the manager dismisses the offer before even opening the bag, assuming it's just another pile of low-grade junk, and telling the kid to leave. Dojin stands there in silence, waiting for a fair deal that clearly isn't coming. The exchange manager turns his back, claiming a tiny commission is already a massive loss, and refusing to work with the boy ever again. Dojin offers a cold warning, giving the man a look that should have made him stop and think. But the manager is convinced he's the one being reasonable, dismissing the boy as someone who just doesn't understand the mana stone market. He has no patience left for a customer he views as a waste of time, giving the kid one final order to leave immediately. Our MC doesn't argue, but instead of walking out, he steps forward and tips his bag. He lets the weight of his haul do the talking, spilling out a fortune in stones that turns the manager's dismissal into the biggest mistake of his career. The staff freezes, staring at a stone so rare it doesn't even have a set price. Most people go their whole lives without ever seeing a hero stone in person, let alone seeing one used as casual trade-in. These gems have a history of changing lives in a single second. Down in Mexico, a famous drug lord named Kerezaman was once breaking down stones to fuel his trade when the power inside one flared up, turning a criminal into a newly awakened hero. The manager and his clerk stare at the pile, finally seeing the rarest items in the world. But Dojin is tired of the delay and orders them to just pack his bag. The manager immediately panics and begs his new VIP to take a seat while the staff starts polishing every stone in the hoard. While Dojun finishes his drink, the exchange manager tries to argue that a 0.5% commission is a bit much. Dojun isn't in the mood to haggle. He gives the man a simple choice: take the deal or walk away. When the manager asks why the rate changed, Dojun explains that he's simply doing it because he's irritated. The manager's logic no longer matters now that the deal depends entirely on Dojun's mood. Desperate to fix the mistake before the deal vanishes, the manager begs for forgiveness. Our protagonist has zero interest in hearing it. He needs a straight answer on whether the man will match the rate or not. Watching from the sidelines, the shop clerk decides Dojin is easily the rudest customer she's ever seen, but the manager eventually swallows his pride and accepts the terms. Dojin isn't in the mood for a long-winded sales pitch, but our protagonist isn't buying it and starts to walk away. He looks for the exit without saying a word. Naturally, the man drops the rate even further, claiming his boss will kill him for taking a loss, while Dojin only pushes harder until the commission hits the absolute floor and the profit is gone. A nearby shop clerk watches in silence as his boss is picked apart, and the manager finally falls to his knees in total defeat after being robbed blind in broad daylight. Dojin offers to pay only 1% out of respect for their history. He waits for the reaction he knows is coming, and it lands the moment the manager screams that Dojin is a flat-out highway robber. Even as the man seethes, the power dynamic in the shop has already shifted. Our protagonist decides to really twist the knife, mentioning that he has 7 more bags just like this one, which sends the manager into a total panic as he screams for his clerk to bring the contract immediately. The payout lands almost instantly. 67 billion won deposited straight into his account. Dojun is quickly reaching the point where even the most expensive mansions in the city are within his grasp. But as he checks his phone, he hits a wall because regular gates don't drop the high-grade stones he needs to keep climbing. A sharp notification breaks the silence of the exchange office, startling the manager, who asks if a wave has just broken out nearby. But the alert is for a disaster in the southern United Kingdom, and while the rest of the world sees a crisis, Dojun only sees an opportunity. The sword god watches the modern world through Dojun's eyes, scanning a public alert about a monster wave in the UK that pulls his focus and leads him to dismiss the current leaders as pathetic incompetence. In his past life, he never waited for an association. He just went to the fissure zones and blocked them himself. Dojun is officially done with his old life. Starting with Unyoung, watching the grill with her mouth watering, his grandmother nearly chokes when she sees the price of the beef on the menu. But Dojun tells her to relax and eat as much as she wants because he's finally making enough to cover it. And Unyoung doesn't wait for a second invitation before taking her first bite. One bite is all it takes for Unyoung to realize this is the best meal she's ever had, and she dives into the next piece with pure bliss, while grandmother watches the grill with quiet anticipation. Dojun studies them both, satisfied to see his family finally enjoying a meal without worrying about the bill, as grandmother wonders how they'll possibly finish it all. Dojun decides today is for celebration, telling his grandmother to forget the cost and eat her fill, while Unyoung insists she try a piece of the beef right away until the older woman finally takes a bite. Once the food registers, the reality of the treat hits her all at once, and for someone who has spent her life making every penny count, this is almost impossible to handle. Dojun is finally getting a moment of peace, enjoying a meal with his grandmother and Unyoung. That quiet ends when a purple-haired woman enters the restaurant. She calls Dojun out by name, catching the MC right in the middle of a bite, and though most people would back off seeing a man with his family, she stands her ground and waits. She starts to ask if he's the hero, but Dojun cuts her off before she can finish, making it clear that his family time is strictly off-limits. Family comes first. Dojin just showed the city's most powerful woman that his dinner is more important than her dignity. Our protagonist makes it clear that he isn't moving for anyone, and if this woman has business, she can stand in line until his plate is empty, which leaves Hyun-jo-yeon stunned since her name usually opens every door in the city. Usually, a brush-off like this would end in a fight, but she finds herself curious about the kind of man who treats a VIP like a nuisance, so she actually listens, taking a seat in the waiting area to watch him finish his meal, while the other diners stare in disbelief at the high-ranking figure following a stranger's rules. People in the restaurant can't help but stare because it's not every day an S-rank hero like Hyun-jo-yeon walks in just to sit and wait. The whispers only grow louder as the crowd wonders who could be important enough to make a world star stand by, until her focus finally locks onto her target, Seo Do-jun. He officially vanished into a massive fissure 2 months ago, yet seeing him here, calmly eating dinner with his family, confirms the records were dead wrong. Ju-yeon isn't just looking at a survivor, she's looking at the only person who ever made her freeze with a single word. This guy's presence carries a weight that doesn't show up on any hero ranking, and seeing him alive changes the entire shape of her mission. Ju-yeon can't make the math work, because even the richest men on Earth take 5 years to buy their way into S-rank status. To her, seeing a man do it in 2 months feels like a total break from reality, and she's convinced he's hiding a secret power that the tests didn't catch. Until Ju-yeon intercepts them on their way out. She steps directly into their path to stop the grandmother, while Dojin watches her with a cold look that asks exactly what she wants. Kang Cheol-woo is delighted to find his target alive, mocking our lead with a jagged grin for somehow surviving that gate like a cockroach. Ju-yeon freezes the moment she recognizes the brute, knowing his presence is a disaster. Surprisingly, Dojun doesn't even offer him a glance. Kang Cheol-woo is shocked to find Hyun-jo-yeon standing in the middle of the wreckage, but Dojun doesn't give them a second to process the reunion before making a snap decision. He orders her to get his grandmother and Yoon-young safely into a cab and away from the restaurant, a request that stops her cold as she realizes he intends to stay behind alone. He has a debt to collect, and the payment is going to be brutal. Kang Cheol-woo doesn't even try to hide the thrill of it anymore. He's been waiting for this exact moment all night, and by the time he's finished, there won't be enough left of his targets to bury. Eun-young's family arrives at the Asoriguan restaurant under the cover of night, though the silence doesn't feel very welcoming. Their handler manages the drop-off with ease, encouraging them to head inside and relax. She even offers a playful goodbye to Yoon-young to try and lighten the mood, but the girl isn't buying the act for a second. The woman watches from the curb, lingering for a moment as she waits for the taxi to pull away into the city traffic. But the quiet is broken when a hard slap echoes from inside the building. Something just went sideways. They walked right into a situation they weren't prepared for. Dojin doesn't look like a guy in a brawl, but across from him, Cheol-woo is still dazed until his confusion turns into a temper that wipes away his control. When a server tries to stop him, he lashes out at her instead, shoving the bystander aside just to clear his path as the restaurant falls into a panic and customers scramble for the exits, leaving Dojun at the center of a scene that only makes Cheol-woo more unhinged. Imagine being left for dead by someone you trusted. You crawl back from the darkness to settle the score. Kang Cheol-woo doesn't see the ghost coming, but the debt is finally coming due in one brutal strike. This isn't a fight, it's a reckoning. Kang starts his move, but Dojin closes the distance in a blur and lands a hit that rattles the man to his core. The blow sends the once confident fighter crashing to the floor, where our protagonist watches him struggle to find his footing, finally naming the betrayal at the gate and making it clear they have a lot of catching up to do. Even on his knees, Kang Cheol-woo tries to find a nerve by making fun of Dojun's family history, but our lead doesn't bite. Instead, pulling out his phone, Cheol-woo snaps. He fuels his final strike with a blind anger that consumes his entire arm, lunging with a scream that turns a simple grudge into something much darker. This is the part where it gets ugly, as Dojun stands his ground and his world shrinks down to a single lethal point. It's a bad bet to think size equals victory. Kang Cheol-woo finds that out the hard way when his best punch gets turned back against him. Kang Cheol-woo pours everything into a single strike, only for Dojun to catch the momentum and redirect it, leaving the brute in shock as his primary weapon fails him. The shift is immediate, and Dojun buries a counter-strike deep into Cheol-woo's gut that sends the man reeling before he even has a chance to brace. This is only the beginning of his nightmare. As Hyun Jo-yeon steps in and promises to handle the situation, while across the room, Dojun delivers a flurry of strikes that leave his target with no room to breathe, forcing Ju-yeon to realize as the B-rank hero hits the floor that the power scale in the room just shifted. Even an A-rank fighter shouldn't be able to beat a hero this easily. So she calls out his full name to break the rhythm, and Seo Do-jun finally stops. Ju-yeon watches the fallout and warns Do-jun plainly that his next move is going to get him killed, but the warning lands without an ounce of impact. As the dust settles on the floor, she asks him how much he really knows about the man he's hunting. Do-jun is unbothered, claiming he knows exactly enough and asking why that would even be an issue. She takes a breath to deliver the one piece of information he clearly missed. Apparently, the target has a shadow much longer than our protagonist prepared for. His cousin is the S-rank hero Kang Young-pyo. This changes everything. Touching a man with those kinds of connections means inviting a war Dojun isn't ready for yet. Dojun admits he knew exactly what he was doing, and his casual attitude leaves Hyun Jo-yeon stunned as she realizes he knew the risks but chose to ignore them. She looks down at the beaten Kang Chul-woo and warns Dojun that this bully has always been protected by a dangerous man. Our protagonist isn't worried. The warning about the family's power only seems to amuse him. Ju-yeon asks if he truly isn't afraid of the monster he just challenged. He doesn't answer, already moving on to something more important. Dojun has reached his limit. He makes it clear that Ju-yeon is finally starting to wear his patience thin. The challenge in her eyes doesn't flicker for a second, even as the air in the room begins to turn heavy. It's a dangerous game to play, and the terrified server can only hope someone actually handles the mess before the whole place gets leveled. The tension in the room is heavy, and Dojun stays on high alert while he watches the woman. She doesn't look like an enemy, but he isn't taking any chances. Ju-yeon offers a formal apology for dropping in, explaining that her uncle sent her because she knows about the hero's secret sales and wants him to deal with her directly. Dojun doesn't waste a second on small talk. He just asks for the price. Ju-yeon makes her move early and offers to buy everything Dojun has, a level of confidence he finds more than a little funny. She reminds him that S-class wealth is on a level most people can't even dream of, acting like her money gives her all the power. Dojun is willing to sell, but he has a condition that makes the broken man on the floor flinch. He isn't just looking for a payout, he's looking to settle the score. Dojun brushes the whole mess off. To him, someone of Hyun Jo-yeon's status can handle the fallout without a problem. The explosion comes anyway, as Ju-yeon struggles to understand how a man who was supposed to be dead is suddenly back, while her subordinate waits for her temper to pass. He tries to blame the Hero Association for the bad intel, but excuses won't fix the mistake. Ju-yeon demands a solution to the crisis, but the man has one more report that changes everything. Dojun has already made his move against Kang Cheol-woo. The mention of Kang Cheol-woo hits her like a physical blow, and as she starts connecting the dots, it hits her that Seo Do-jun might be the key to the whole situation. The news is enough to make Chief Lee gulp, knowing that while family is easy enough to lie to, a media leak would crashes their stock prices in a single day, forcing her into damage control mode until the chief reminds her that the media and the police are already taken care of. The woman points out they don't have a real solution yet, but her assistant is ready with a name that stops her cold. And once she connects the dots to his cousin, she realizes why the man is infamous as a hero who is total trash. Most people believe Young-pyo cares about his family, but Cheol-woo is really just the tool he uses for his dirtiest work. This reveal changes the entire shape of the problem for her. A secret betrayal is about to turn into a public execution, But while the power players in the city settle their scores, a new team of heroes is stepping into the most dangerous zones in the country. Public pressure on Cheolwoo is spreading, and since it's only a matter of time before it hits Youngpyo, the woman orders an immediate meeting while turning her attention toward the betrayal of Hwang Chang-sub. He chose to protect Dojin's family over her organization, so she's calling in a prosecutor to settle the score. While she prepares her move, the rest of the country is monitoring 37 active rift zones. Once the guards verify Hyun Ju-yeon's identity, the group finally moves past the gate and into the shadows. Dojin studies the gate, noting how the guards check every ID even for someone like Hyun Jo-yeon, while Jung In-ju, leader of the Velvet Poppy Guild, teases her friend for being crazy enough to suggest hunting in a rift zone. Ju-yeon just shrugs it off, acting like she couldn't just sit around doing nothing, and they move into the dark cavern. Dojin stays in the back and remembers the hard bargain he drove to get through that gate, promising to sell all his magic stones at market price, just for the chance at better pay. To Ju-yeon, the risk doesn't match the reward, and she wonders if he's simply lost his mind. But money was never the point. Dojun needs hero magic stones for his own growth, and this hunt is the only way to get them. Stepping out of the dungeon and onto the forest path, Inju wastes no time digging for gossip about the hooded guy joining their team. Our protagonist ignores the talk about whether he's boyfriend material, while Juyeon explains she's only paying back a favor, but it's a hard sell for an S-rank hero to owe anyone anything. The other hunters watch Dojun with their own doubts until a sudden sound from the bushes snaps the entire group back to reality. The mood shifts from gossip to survival in an instant. Dojin focuses on the shadows while the guild fans out across the clearing, but the peace breaks when a red-feathered Caucastrian drops from the canopy and sends Jinju into a panic. Juyeon yells for Sungho to get his shield ready, meeting the monster head-on and stunning the group as he marks the first kill of the day. A massive bird monster screeches as a dark figure drops from the clouds, aiming straight for the clearing where Jinju is already frustrated that they ran into trouble the second they entered the gate. The beast dives for the group, and the purple-haired leader prepares to fight, shouting orders for her hunters to take defensive lines while Dojun closes the gap from above at a terrifying speed. It is a race to see who reaches the bottom first. Dojin closes the distance before the beast can even react, channeling the sword god's weight into a strike that hits like a falling mountain and throws the hunters off balance. Our hero watches the cratered remains as the dust settles, waiting by the motionless body, while Sungo celebrates a one-hit kill, sensing that the monster isn't finished yet. Dojin finishes the job with a cold promise that this is exactly how the beast ends, making a statement about how much power he's actually holding that leaves the hunters watching from the sidelines to wonder what world they're living in now. Until Jinju finally breaks the silence to ask exactly what kind of monster is hiding in that human skin. The purple-haired hunter can only offer a weak guess that he's just a strong human, but that answer doesn't sit right with Jinju, and even as her leader tries to claim she could have done the same, Jinju insists that nobody should be able to dominate a high-tier threat in midair before it could even react. The display of power leaves the lead hunter shaken, and as she watches Dojin from a distance, she tries to figure out where a man like him could have possibly come from. Since their original approach is clearly dead, she makes the sudden call to abandon their route and head for the central area instead. While Dojin harvests the kill, she approaches him to test his reaction with a cold warning that her group has no intention of sharing the loot. Dojin doesn't even look up as he pockets the core, uninterested in their politics or their rewards, which only makes her more curious about whether his real goal lies much deeper in the dungeon than theirs. Dojin is game for the challenge, finding the idea of a race through the forest dungeon surprisingly interesting, but the purple-haired hunter claims the lead first and disappears into the woods in seconds. Dojin watches her for a heartbeat before he drops into a stance, hitting his stride with a shockwave that leaves the camp shaking and forcing Sungho to admit that while their best scouts are fast, Dojin is light itself. As the battle shifts elsewhere, the hunter asks if they're actually going to follow, as they stand over a fallen beast and realize they are just extras today. They are officially A-grade heroes, the elite of their world. But in front of an S-grade, they are such small, insignificant beings, and compared to Juyeon and Dojin, the rest of her life feels like a warm-up. The hunter tears through the forest path, moving at a speed that would leave almost anyone in the dust. She considers slowing down to let her companion catch up, but the thought vanishes when Dojin asks her to pick up the pace. He is right there at her shoulder. The shock is enough to make the speedster lose her footing and skid across the dirt path. This shouldn't be possible. As the second fastest hunter in the country, being caught like this doesn't just hurt her pride. It breaks her whole world. While she tries to make sense of the impossible, the young man waits for her to get back on her feet. To him, she was actually moving a lot slower than he expected. The hunter sputters a defensive excuse about Dojun keeping pace until a jagged mountain peak breaks the tree line in the distance and catches the girl's eye. She freezes, identifying the peak as the lair of the Fracture Zone's boss monster. But Dojun only hears the part about the transcendent magic stone it's known to drop. Dojun starts forward with a steady step, and the hunter immediately starts to panic because she didn't bring him here to do something this reckless. He ignores the warning and launches forward with a burst of speed that leaves her shouting in pure disbelief, her command to stop hitting empty air as Dojun sprints down the forest trail. He shrinks into a small point in the distance before vanishing completely into the dust. The mountain pass goes quiet again, but the chase is already underway. The shock lands hard, and as the hunter searches for logic in the chaos, she sees the Caesarian grounded in the clearing. Dojin moves toward the beast with a quiet focus and ignores the warning that its power is far beyond his reach. He's going in anyway. Park Hyeol is an S-rank hero known for hunting the monster called Caesarian. He went on his first hunt with 30 A-rank heroes at his back, but the creature killed every one of them, turning the mission into a bloodbath that only Hyeol survived. That failure didn't break him. It just turned his focus into a single, sharp goal. For his revenge mission, he gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank fighters to make sure the beast wouldn't survive their next encounter. The hunters charge into the fight with everything they have, weaving through the Caesarian's massive limbs while it snarls in a desperate attempt to protect itself. Our hero in the bronze armor leads the final push, and even with the beast's roar shaking the ground, they deliver the strike that brings the hunt to a bloody end and leaves the group celebrating a success that is about to turn into a much bigger problem. Most of the heroes died in that raid, and even a powerhouse like the Sweet Life Guild hasn't recovered 3 years later, which leaves a hunter from the Velvet Poppy Guild struggling to believe the impossible feat she just saw. The infamous Caesarian was a nightmare. Our lead just dropped it in a single strike and moved on to harvesting the glowing core as his prize. Sometimes, the only way to reach the top is to leave everyone else behind. Our protagonist is done following the rules, and he's starting to realize exactly what he's worth in this world. Dojin stares at the red gem, the only prize worth his time from this entire hunt, and lets the guide know he's finished with her help because he's moving on his own terms from here on out. When she asks about the monster byproducts he's leaving behind, Dojin pauses to point out that they aren't worth his effort, leaving her speechless as he tells her to keep the leftover scraps as a tip for her services. The hunter watches as Dojin prepares to leave and makes it clear he has no use for the rewards from his own hunt. He walks off into the mountains like he just finished a light errand. A stuffed backpack sits in the grass, drawing a group of veteran hunters to inspect the massive haul. One of them points out that Dojin filled the bag in one trip, but the lead huntress realizes it would take their entire guild 3 full days of non-stop work to match his speed. As the group catches their breath, the mystery of Dojin's identity starts to weigh on them, or the sheer number of enemies he took down, especially since Juyeon saw him defeat a massive creature alone, making him potentially the strongest hero in the world. Footsteps pull her attention back to the field as Dojun shoulders his bag and starts to walk away. As Dojun finishes packing the massive haul, the women whisper that the world would call them crazy for telling the truth, but their leader orders them to stay quiet since no one would believe it anyway. The silence breaks when Juyeon starts walking toward him and draws every eye in the clearing. The dark-haired girl watches them, and wonders if they are flirting, since Dojin is the only guy who can match Juyeon's looks before the scarred huntress panics and shuts the rumor down. Most hunters live for the spotlight and the fortune that comes with a big kill. But Dojin is different. He just finished a fight that should have made him a legend, and now he's walking away from everything. Watching the exchange, the scarred huntress can't believe how roughly Dojin treats the hunters on his team. He suddenly drops a heavy bag into the purple-haired hunter's hands and starts walking away from the clearing, leaving the others shocked that he'd vanished without even saying goodbye. Juyeon points out that he even left the backpacks behind, so the purple-haired hunter explains that she tried to tell him he'd be famous for his victory. Apparently, he hates the spotlight. He told her to handle all the credit. The scarred huntress can only watch him go, wondering what kind of man turns his back on fame just to get some peace and quiet. She wonders what kind of man would leave a prize behind like it was nothing, but she realizes he is actually special and finds herself wanting to know more. The city hums with the sound of morning traffic leading straight to the BHY gymnasium. The sound of constant strikes echoes through the empty room as the young man ignores the pain in his lungs to focus on his next punch. He isn't just training for a match, he is training for the world that's coming. Park Hae-yeol throws everything he has into his training, his focus locked on the frustration boiling underneath. Even as an S-rank hero and a guildmaster, he feels like he's falling apart right now. But his attendant steps in to remind him that a frog has to crouch before it can jump, and argues that enduring this shame is the only way to build his reputation back up. The logic lands, shifting Hae-yeol's frustration into a cold, clear focus on the people who look down on him. He's done being a mess. Now he's just waiting for his chance at revenge. The attendant pours on the flattery, painting a future where every other guildmaster finally kneels before Park Hae-yeol. Since the promise of exclusive dungeon rights is almost too good to resist, Hae-yeol accepts the water and laughs off any doubt while bragging that no one else knows the creature like he does. Still, a glance at the trophies brings our protagonist a brief moment of reality because the guild has shrunk a lot over the last 3 years. He looks for a nod of agreement about his skill with the monster bird, desperate to believe he's still the only man who can finish the job. An eager attendant cheers for his guildmaster as laughter echoes through the training center, where a photo of Seo Dojin sits waiting. S-rank hero Kang Young-pyo studies the file a death sentence that failed when the kid awakened while trapped inside. The client is Hong Hee-ju, a high-ranking director and a lady with more power than most could dream of, though the executive wonders why she would waste her time on a nobody like Seo Dojin. The answer is a family secret. Dojun is her illegitimate son, taken into the house as a child, then tossed aside once she gave birth to a real heir 6 years ago. It's the kind of coldness that actually makes the executive laugh, noting how little blood ties mean to people at the top of the food chain. But the price of 3 billion won seems surprisingly low for a hit on a billionaire's son. He reaches for his next club, but his focus breaks when the aide reports that Chulwoo wasn't just beaten, he was burned, blinded, and left barely clinging to life. The executive lines up his shot, calling the man behind the recent carnage a vicious bastard, though it sounds like a compliment as he sinks the ball. In his world, a simple kill is a waste. He'd have preferred to take the man apart piece by piece, and the look on his face says he means every word. His aide hesitates before dropping the real news about the scene, reporting rumors that Hyun Juyeon actually stepped in to help Seo Dojin, a detail that makes the executive miss his next shot. He demands to know what kind of history she could possibly have with a guy like that. The executive snaps, grabbing his aide and demanding to know exactly what kind of deal is being made. The man stammers a promise to find out before scrambling away to escape. Alone now, the executive's rage settles into a cold, predatory focus. He weighs his next move, slamming a golf club into the floor to vent the last of his temper. He's counting on Hong Hee-ju, realizing her other hires were idiots, and coming to him for help. The executive is already figuring out how much he can squeeze out of Hyun Juyeon, betting that a woman from her family has plenty of cash to spare. Later that night, Seo Dojun walks home alone while weighing his options, knowing the rifts are proving much better for loot than the standard gates. However, his progress comes with a problem. He's still tied to Ju-yeon if he wants to keep getting inside. He had previously explained to her that selling high-tier mana stones right now was far too risky, as doing so would only bring suspicion and a huge crowd of media he isn't ready to handle. Ju-yeon is fine with him chasing fame if that's the goal, but she still wants to know what he actually plans to do with his power. Our protagonist doesn't give a straight answer, handing over her bag in the quiet of the woods to end their meeting. Dojin realizes he needs a new way into the rift zone, but for now, he just needs to find some rest in the house, Hwang Chang soup prepared. He lets himself in, expecting a quiet night alone, but he stops the moment he crosses the threshold, realizing the house isn't as empty as it should be. Several pairs of shoes are sitting in the foyer, each one a sign that he has company. And before he can even process the intrusion, a familiar voice calls out as he finds his living room packed with people. From familiar faces to a line of suited security guards who look like they've been waiting all night for him to return. A stranger watches Dojin with the clinical eyes of a man who has seen everything. His sister immediately senses the threat and clings to him, forcing our protagonist to face the intruders and demand an explanation. The man introduces himself as Prosecutor Park Chu-leong. The name of Dojun's former boss, Hwang Chang-seop, is the first thing out of his mouth. Dojun shields his sister as the weight of his past finally catches up to him. It's an arrest. Chu-leong charges the young man with aiding the CEO's illegal loan shark business. And just like that, the fresh start he was looking for is dead. At the prosecution service building, Seo Dojun waits in a quiet interrogation room and accepts the role they've given him. Park Chu-leong enters the room while wrapping up a phone call, pretending to be polite while thanking someone for helping his daughter study abroad. He finishes the shady deal and hangs up, putting on a professional face to explain why he became a prosecutor in the first place. The performance ends as soon as he looks at the files and warns the young man that these charges carry a 10-year sentence. He shoves the paperwork forward, claiming a man named Hwang Chang-seop already gave them the evidence they need. Dojin doesn't flinch. He watches the prosecutor with a focus that says he's already measuring the threat. Park Chu-leong is finally losing his cool, lashing out as his mask starts to slip while he tries to trick Dojun into a confession. But the boy doesn't take the bait. Looking at the prosecutor, our lead realizes the enemies outside are already starting to fall apart, so while Park leans across the table to tell him his life is over, the threat hits a wall of cold silence. Dojun has finally decided to stop holding back. Park Chu-leong freezes while looking at the man across from him, his voice catching as the silence turns heavy. He snaps at Dojun to hide the fact that he's shaken until a knock at the door breaks his focus and an aide steps in to ask him to step outside. Still on edge, Park demands to know what the problem is. The aide hands over a report and swears the scanner is working perfectly, even though the results say the man in that chair is just a normal person. Whatever Dojun is doing, it's even fooling the scanners. It doesn't add up, not when the prosecutor knows exactly who he's dealing with. And Park Chu-leong isn't buying it because the data came from T Group. The fact that Dojun knows Hong Hee-ju by name makes him a massive question mark. Inside, the boy finally exhales, starting to see exactly why these prosecutors have such a bad reputation. But his family comes first. If he fights back now, he will have to take them and run. Suddenly, the door clicks open as Hong Hee-ju walks in, finding Dojun just as confused as she is and warning him that using his power now will only make things worse. Seo Dojun cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking if she's actually trying to help him, and Hong Hee-ju admits she just can't stand a false accusation now that she knows the truth, leaving our protagonist to let the answer hang in the air as he weighs her sudden moral streak. Apparently, the Hero Association is already moving on the Mapo House rift, but while she lists the details of the investigation, Dojin cuts her off to ask about his family, catching Hee-ju off guard until she snaps back about not being his personal secretary. He doesn't offer a reply, pinning her with a silent, heavy stare that makes the seasoned investigator finally break a sweat. Hong Hee-ju finally relents and tells our protagonist his family is safe, which prompts Dojin to drop the pressure and offer his sincere thanks. He promises to repay the debt, catching her off guard as she tells him to stay strong. But Ju-yeon's real strategy didn't involve a standard courtroom defense. She chose to expose the lead prosecutor for bribery instead, ensuring a fair trial until the corruption was gone and Dojin walked away with a suspended sentence. A news alert soon flashes on the car's console about a strange new monster in the UK that Dojin identifies as a Macassian before the reporter even finishes. Dojin just dropped a name that should have been locked in a high-security vault. Hong Hee-ju is completely blindsided and demands to know how he has access to a secret only the association should know. Dojin stays calm and explains that every mana stone holds data that can be read through science or magic. Since these monsters appeared in his old world too, he already knows their names and their habits. He suggests using red fire ant extract to handle the Macassian, a poison that stops the beast from going wild but won't hurt humans. Hong Hee-ju just wants a straight answer, but the man beside her is weighing a much more permanent solution. And she has no idea how close she is to losing everything. Hong Hee-ju sits in silence, her mind spinning as she demands to know exactly what Seo Dojun is. He keeps his eyes forward. He doesn't offer an answer, instead weighing a dark question: if he killed her right now, what would the fallout look like? This isn't just a hypothetical. He is actually considering it. The news hits the blonde woman like a physical blow, keeping her frozen at the desk while her subordinate waits for an explosion that doesn't come even after he finishes reporting the total failure. She fixates on one question: why would Hyun Jo-yeon be involved in this? The reports coming in are a total mess, but the mystery makes the woman lose her temper. Her assistant can only guess that the kid is fooling their sensors as her patience finally snaps, leading her to call a specialist named Kang Young-pyo, who refuses to move for anything less than double. The sub-assistant wonders if asking for double is too much, but Kang knows he's the only real option his client has, and his subordinate admits the woman is a dangerous opponent. But the caution only earns a sudden snap as Kang leans in to remind him that not all heroes are built the same. He claims he could finish her in 20 minutes, and the assistant quickly agrees. Kang Young-pyo is looking for a payday, asking if the association finally got back to him with a better offer, but his assistant has to break the news that the payment is locked in, which forces Kang to accept the job even though the pay is garbage. He's leaving in 3 days on a flight shared with a group of Japanese heroes. The target is a new monster called Macassian that has no known weaknesses yet. If Kang can find its flaw, his market value will skyrocket. Lightning strikes over the city of Cambridge, but the storm in the sky is nothing compared to the nightmare that just crawled out of the dark. A towering monster known as a Macassian looms over the streets, forcing the sword god to stand alone while the other heroes behind him freeze in a state of terror that makes their years of training feel useless. A deafening scream echoes through the street as the beast prepares to strike. But the sword god is already moving, putting everything he has into a single blow meant to end the threat instantly. The sword god closes the distance in a single step, unleashing a strike that carries enough weight to shatter the night air as the blade cuts clean through the Macassian's reinforced hide. The massive insectoid crashes toward the pavement in a total shutdown of a creature that had been terrorizing the sector just seconds ago. Behind the carnage, the heroine and her partner struggle to catch their breath, staring at the empty space while trying to understand how any human could move that fast, until she realizes the reprieve is short and more shadows move in the storm. The Cambridge defense line has just collapsed, leaving London less than 60 kilometers away from total destruction. Rising above the ruins is a monster that shouldn't exist, an enemy the UK's best heroes can't even identify. The reality is finally setting in. The world they knew is over. She stands paralyzed as the weight of the situation finally hits, watching as lightning cracks over a skyline already on fire and the local heroes throw everything they have at a monster advance they can't stop. Cambridge has officially fallen, leaving the capital less than 60 kilometers away from the same fate. The creature leading this slaughter is Caesarion, a beast that doesn't just destroy, but actually observes, watching the ruins with a cold, predatory patience. and crashes into the ruins, shifting the tide of the whole battle in a single moment. High above the wreckage, a transport helicopter cuts through the night sky as the squad inside realizes their impossible plan was actually real. It turns out Hyun Ju-yeon was right about the ant extract after all, and while the creature can't even stand, Kang Young-pyo watches her with a growing suspicion that her skill level doesn't add up. Our protagonist doesn't waste time on the praise, ordering her squad to move in and finish it, as she leads the charge, dropping from the open bay with her blade ready to deliver the final strike. As the plane touches down at the terminal, it's clear the hero everyone is waiting for has arrived. Inside, the massive crowd surprises even the reporters talking about Hyun Jo-yeon, and rumors of a royal knighthood are flying when a photographer spots her, and she finally steps onto home soil. The heroes return home to a storm of camera flashes, and the media immediately swarms Hyun Jo-yeon with questions about the creatures they just defeated. According to the live report, this group of heroes is being credited with saving the United Kingdom. The news credits their victory to a secret strategy of spraying red flower ant extract into the air. He doesn't say a word, because he knows exactly how much credit these heroes actually deserve. To the world, these are the saviors of the hour, but the truth behind that victory belongs to him alone. The name Kang Young-pyo carries a weight Do-jun can't ignore. He stands in the shadows of the city, processing the lie being broadcast to the world as the true shape of the setup finally lands. Inside a bright cafe, the mood shifts once 3 large shopping bags are set down between them, leaving Seo Do-jun caught off guard by the sudden kindness. She explains that the gifts are for his family as well as for him, then awkwardly insists he wait until he's home to open them as he spots an outfit that clearly cost a small fortune. Grateful for the help that turned her into a hero, the woman hands over a gift and even offers to buy him a car, but Seo Do-jun reminds her that he gained just as much from their arrangement. He shuts the question down when she asks how he knew Mikassian's specific weakness and waits for her to move on to the next subject. Even though she is already worried that if he targets the city's heavy hitters, the situation will spiral out of control, and Seo Do-jun finally looks up to name his first priority. Seo Do-jun's request catches Hyun Ju-yeon off guard, making her wonder if he even pays for his current home. At a luxury pool nearby, Kang Young-pyo seems to have everything he wants, but he's stuck thinking about how much Hyun Ju-yeon has changed and why she's hiding the way she found Mikassian's weakness. High above the clouds, Kang Young-pyo turns the conversation to the one name he can't ignore, Seo Do-jun, and he isn't buying Hyun Ju-yeon's innocent act because he knows exactly what she did to get the guy out of a cell. Ju-yeon finally drops her mask to set the record straight, reminding him that Kang Cheol-woo was the one who started their beef by trying to stage an illegal hit during a gate raid. And while Young-pyo laughs at that level of failure, family ties still give him the formal excuse he needs to settle the score personally. A cold silence settles between them as she weighs his intent, until Ju-yeon just closes her eyes and tells him to handle his business alone, leaving him to wonder if her connection to Do-jun was ever as strong as the rumors claimed. Kang Young-pyo is starting to realize that something doesn't add up about his rival, while an entirely different threat begins to stir across the ocean. This latest disaster is more than just a monster attack. It is a test of who can grab the most power in the middle of a war zone. Jo-yeon is more than happy to stay on the sidelines for now. Young-pyo repeats those same words to himself, but he can't let it go. He's convinced Seo Do-jun is keeping something major from them. Meanwhile, in England, the aftermath of a monster wave has left a city in ruins, marked by a massive rift in the sky. The local hero association is scrambling to harvest mana stones before the next wave hits, throwing every able body they have into the rift. 2D rank heroes stand guard, wishing they had the right items to hunt bigger targets. For these guys, the tragedy is just a missed payday, a lost chance at a gold mine of mana stones. Near the rift, 2 guards trade rumors about the monsters expected in the next wave and the nations that were wiped out when a gate couldn't be held. But the conversation stops when the mustached guard senses a presence approaching. But the skepticism dies as the air shifts and the sword god himself steps through the tier, returning to a world that thought he was long dead. The guards see him and immediately know something is wrong, noticing the scars and tattered clothes that don't belong to any hero they recognize, stripping away their gravity until they are pinned by glowing rings mid-air. One guard throws a set of blades in a desperate counterattack that bounces away without Dojin even moving to block, and after delivering a cold verdict on their strength, he clenches his fist to end the fight. Something dark that isn't supposed to be here and comes from a place no one understands. The numbers on his screen show a disaster. 10 years of waiting has only brought him to 20% of his goal, leaving him to walk past the bodies in silence while ignoring a survivor's question about who he is because he isn't interested in talking just yet. The opening strike tears through the line with enough force to end the fight before it truly begins. In Paju, Korea, the peace of the residential suburbs is about to be shattered, and our protagonist is right in the middle of it as he walks across an open field with a heavy case slung over his shoulder. He stops as a sudden vibration travels up through his boots, and a heartbeat later, massive sandworms tear through the grass to reach for the sky. The young man doesn't even flinch, watching as the monsters tower over him, and he calmly notes that there are already 26 targets within range. He reaches down and lets the first spark of power loose. Our protagonist is done being careful, and now he just wants to see how many of them can actually take a hit. The strike slams into the ground. The field finally gives way in a massive burst, tearing the monsters from their tunnels and sending them flying before they can even realize they've been spotted. He watches the bodies drop, standing perfectly still in the middle of his own kill zone. He finally found a way to make this interesting. The director begins by asking for a description of the man who just flipped their world upside down, and Vice Director Ming Hongki notes that while the subject was once a rebellious kid, he always insisted he was a hero. Still, that history doesn't explain why the hero meter can't even read the man's power. Vice Chairman Park Seong-chul is fuming over Seo Dojin's refusal to cooperate, but the association director silences him with a single gesture and turns to Ming Hongki for the investigation results, which reveal that Dojin blames his near-death experience on a setup by hero Kang Chol-woo. After awakening his powers at the brink of death, Dojin reportedly settled the score by hunting Chul-woo down for revenge and clearing the entire Mapo rift on his own. Ming Hongki's report on Seo Dojun is cold and direct. The boy is reckless, and the raw power shown in his recent fight makes him a force the association can no longer ignore. As a wild horse that's nearly impossible to ride, but definitely worth the effort of taming. The situation shifts from a simple evaluation to a political headache when the boy requests an official hero license, needing a guarantor to vouch for his character. Ming drops the bombshell that leaves the entire room stunned. Seo Dojun is being vouched for by the S-rank hero Hyun Yo-yeon. This isn't just a name, it's a connection that changes everything for everyone in the room. The director and Park Seong-chul freeze, unable to grasp how a rookie could be linked to an S-rank powerhouse. Seo Dojin doesn't just have power anymore. The hero who backed him is ranked 8th in the entire country, which gives Dojin the permission to hunt inside the rift zones to his heart's content. Back at the association, the director finds the kid's drive hilarious the second he finished his test, but the joke stops being funny when they realize he entered a second-scale zone alone. The laughter stops as the weight of that choice lands. This isn't excitement. It's a suicide mission, and the association finally sees the kind of monster they've let out of the cage. Park Seong-chul tries to gauge the reaction in the room before pitching a plan to reveal Dojin's identity and promote him to 8th place among the S-ranks. The pitch is cut short when Ming Hongki jumps in to suggest they ask for permission first. Seong-chul brushes the concern aside, arguing the public needs a hero to feel safe, while the director listens in silence before finally acknowledging the point and preparing his verdict. The association director decides he can't just watch from the sidelines anymore, making it clear he needs to meet the man in person. He's weighing the stakes, trying to figure out if this kid is a dangerous threat or the ally they've been waiting for. Meanwhile, out in the field, Seo Dojun slams into a massive sandworm with enough force to crater the earth and then pivots through the air to stay out of the swarm's reach. Our hero doesn't waste a second while he focuses every bit of power he has left into a single point. The strike cuts clean through the creature, splitting it wide open before it can even react. Dojin lands steady, the fight ending almost as quickly as it started. Seo Dojin just took down a massive creature, but the victory feels heavy. He's burned through his mana, and realized that if he doesn't find a way to fight smarter, his first big win might be his last. The final blow connects with enough force to end the fight for good, and as Dojun stands over the massive remains of the creature, he lets out a long sigh of relief. Burning through this much mana for one kill is a bad trade he can't afford to repeat. He needs to find a real weapon to survive what comes next. Near the center of the Gasan Hero Complex, a small weapon shop sits waiting for its next customer, while the bandaged man inside stays glued to his phone until a chime signals the door opening for Dojin, who steps inside with a massive equipment bag to claim his reservation. He is clearly prepared for more than a simple repair. Seo Dojin drops a heavy bag on the counter, while the muscular shopkeeper's son barely looks up, claiming they don't take walk-ins, though Dojin recognizes his voice from a phone call earlier. The air changes when Dojin reaches across the counter to grab the guy. Dojin didn't come here to be handled by a receptionist. He came because he heard this place was good, and he demands the kid go get his father right now. The shopkeeper's son feels the pressure from his visitor and calls for his father, which prompts Choi Cho-kwan to step out and ask who exactly sent him. Dojin drops the name Hyun Ju-yeon and waits for the impact. The reveal hits the master like a hammer, making him wonder if his old friend really recommended this kid. Choi Cho-kwan's hands steady as he takes in the material, his composure shattering. He realizes the weight of the find as he identifies the fangs of a giant black salmo. Dojin demands a usable sword made as long as possible, ignoring the warning that non-metal weapons lose their strength at that size. The master offers 2 medium blades instead, but our protagonist baits him by asking if he's simply not skilled enough to fuse the fangs together and make the single long blade he wants. Seo Dojin decides to push his luck by asking for the one thing every blacksmith finds difficult, asking them to maximize the blade's mana absorption rate as the shopkeeper's son bristles at the insult to his father's skill. Dojin ignores the anger and reaches out for a display sword, noting that the steel has far more potential than they realize, before he suddenly grips the hilt and forces his own energy into the metal. He pushes his power into the steel, forcing the others to back away as the weapon reacts to his touch, until Master Choi Cho-kwan is completely frozen. The old smith can see the truth now. This kid's mana control is on a level most warriors never even reach. Seo Dojin shatters the gear like it's made of glass, forcing the blacksmith and his son to watch their hard work crumble, and since he has no patience for garbage, he tells them to quit the trade right now, before walking away. Meanwhile, in a jungle far from the city, a creature stirs in the heavy brush. A single glowing eye snaps open, locking onto a target as the massive beast lets out a low growl. It roars with enough force to shake the trees. Our protagonist's hands ignite as he prepares to meet the charge, and he catches the monster's fist mid-air to stop the force cold. With the beast finally off balance, the hero launches into the air to end the fight. Dojin leads with a strike so fast, it cuts the monster's momentum before it can react, forcing the hybrid to roar in defiance while it scrambles for footing as the tide finally turns. Our hero is already mid-air, focusing everything into a final blow that makes the creature stop fighting and disappear under a slash that destroys its defenses. The impact breaks its physical form apart, until the hybrid fades into nothing but the wind. Dojin closes the distance in a single leap to drive his strike into the monster's spine, letting the mana explode until the beast's roar becomes a scream of agony and the massive creature finally begins to crumble. He follows the momentum through to clear the blast radius, watching as the frame hits the dirt with enough force to shake the ground. He lets the blade fade, admitting that keeping this power active is exhausting before packing his gear for the next trek. Seo Dojin just took down a cyclops, but he isn't sticking around for the applause. The fight was over, and it was time to collect the prize. Seo Dojin packs up the remains of his kill, satisfied that the long hunt actually paid off. He heads straight to the Yuri weapon shop late that night and places a jar of the creature's red liquid on the counter. With the gift delivered, our boy turns to leave. It's a clean break. He has no interest in staying for the thanks, leaving the shopkeeper's son shouting after him as the shop door swings shut. Seo Dojun walks through the city at night with his basic materials ready, but he still needs one rare item found in only one place on Earth to boost his mana. Meanwhile, at a luxury resort far from the city, a phone buzzes with a call from Dojun that catches a woman off guard as she repeats the country he just named, Brazil. A massive rift zone is finally spiraling out of control, and at a luxury resort, things look peaceful. The Hero Association is giving up on Brazil. They're shutting down the area because they just can't contain the threat anymore. While the monsters there are extremely violent, they also drop high-quality mana stones, making the mission a huge payday for any guild brave enough to go. A guild member pushes her friend to join the team, with one big condition, insisting that she bring the mysterious guy she's been spending time with lately. There are already rumors that he's the secret 8th S-rank hero. Even though her friend tries to hide it, the connection is too big for the guild to ignore. Gossip travels fast in the guild, and after being caught hunting alone with Dojun, the purple-haired member finally caves to the teasing and agrees to reach out. Across town, the blacksmith is staring at a technical breakthrough in shock, wondering how a hunter knew Cyclops' blood could bond non-metals with such precision, while Dojun just watches the expert process the impossible and accepts the massive 180-centimeter commission. The smith takes it all in and admits he was wrong. The kid has the manners and the knowledge to match his ambition. The blacksmith studies the blade and wonders if he misjudged the young man. While 5 kilograms is heavy, Dojun only cares about the timeline because a grade 7 blade isn't enough to handle his full power. He's already reaching into his knowledge of history to find where his plan begins, and tells the blacksmith to just shape the metal for now, as our hero heads out into the night city to hunt for materials that shouldn't exist yet. A few days later, Dojun is back in the city and meeting at a riverside parking lot where a luxury car is waiting for him. Though she treats the price tag like pocket change, and he knows he finally has the perfect tool for his next move. Her professional look is gone after their moment. Dojun tells her that since they wanted to put his name in the news, he asked for a steep price for his help. This sounds like a total disaster to her. She knows the chairman puts the world's safety first, so the deal never stood a chance. Dojun doesn't care as he hops into the car, ignoring her plea to start playing along for her sake. They pull out of the lot. As Dojun settles into the driver's seat, she mentions that the association is currently buried in a massive mission over in Brazil. That word hits him hard. For the first time today, our protagonist actually looks interested. The news from Brazil forces a reaction Seo Dojun can't hide as the woman watches our MC's focus shift and asks if he's actually serious about the rift zone. Her heart starts to race while she waits for him to speak. Even after he confirms the choice, the real reason he's willing to risk it stays hidden. He drops a direct proposal for them to go together that catches her in a moment of total shock. Nearby, a furious gaze from the blonde woman shows that not everyone is happy, telling director Hong Hee-ju that now is not the time to be greedy after she already took $30 billion in advance, but she only wants to know when he'll actually do the job he was hired for as he laughs off her insults. The reveal that Seo Dojun is a top-tier S-rank hero lands like a hammer, and she slams her hands onto the desk in shock, while he only tells her to wait for the man to kill her before turning and walking out on her desperate pleas to stop. Hong Hee-ju can't wrap her head around the news that Dojun is an S-rank hunter, a rank that makes him too dangerous for her to handle alone. As she starts offering more money, the informer realizes cash isn't enough and pushes for a long-term business partnership instead. Hong doesn't care about the terms as long as the man dies, but a sudden phone alert cuts through her panic and forces her to wait with bated breath while he absorbs the news before he finally tells her that luck is going her way. The informer has found his window, the perfect opening to finally put Seo Dojun in the ground. While high above the clouds, a private jet carries the hero world's elite toward Brazil. The headlines are already screaming about the largest overseas dispatch in the association's history. And inside the cabin, Hyun Ju-yeon sits in silence as the informer watches from just a few rows back. Joining them is the business titan Jang Sung-ho and Kim Park Hae-yel, an S-rank who is clearly only here for the money, but despite their public status as national icons, the reality of the mission is starting to settle in. When a veteran like Kang Young-pyo heads for Brazil, everyone knows the payout must be massive. Hunters keep any mana stones they find on this mission, meaning one lucky haul could set a man up for life. Young-pyo keeps a sharp eye on the cabin, but Seo Do-jun seems more interested in his instant noodles than the stakes of the operation. Most people are still asking who this rookie is, wondering if he can actually perform like an S-rank when things get ugly. As the flight continues, the heavy hitters on board stay quiet. Every professional is alert, weighing the strangers they're now stuck with. Most people would be shaking before a mission like this, but Seo Do-jun isn't most people. He's heading straight for the heart of the Amazon, where the only thing thicker than the trees are the secrets hidden beneath them. Watching the clouds through his window, the young man keeps his mind fixed on the mission and shows no sign of nerves even as the long flight finally nears its end. The pilot announces their arrival in Brazil, and soon the massive green canopy of the Amazon rainforest finally comes into view. Far from the usual action, the story shifts to Brazil. Inside the Hero Association office, leadership waits for an update on the backup they requested. When word hits that the Korean team has already landed, the branch chief is relieved they are so far ahead of time. He hears that some heroes skipped their hotels and went straight into the fight, a move that shows their famous drive. It's an impressive start, but the chief knows that speed isn't everything. In a city this dangerous, rushing in without a plan is often how people get killed. The staff member is on edge, worried the Korean heroes will find the secret they've buried. But the branch chief tells him to keep the information tightly under control as he lets out a heavy sigh because Brazil's greatest hero was hunted and killed by something that shouldn't even exist. Footage from the black box proved the killer was human-shaped rather than a monster, leaving the chief haunted by what actually happened at the Santarém Rift. Elsewhere, the official briefing begins, and one purple-haired hunter texts her teammate to hurry up before they miss the start of the meeting. Do-jun keeps his replies brief, naming his real destination as Santarém. The news lands with a heavy weight as she realizes he just walked alone into the most dangerous rift zone on the map. Back at the briefing, the official explains that the hunters have 2 days to adapt to the local environment before they head out. While the rest of the team settles in at the hotel, she refuses to wait, hailing a cab to find him before he starts the mission alone, but she's already heading out towards Santarém before the schedule even starts. As the taxi pulls away, the weight of that destination sinks in. It's the one place the Brazilian Association warned every hunter to avoid. The rift zone near the city is a barren wasteland, but Seo Do-jun leads the group deep into the danger at a breakneck pace, dismissing his partner's complaints by pointing out that he's the one who's been waiting for her to finally show up. Hyun Ju-yeon lets out a long breath, annoyed that Seo Do-jun didn't give her a heads up. She asks what he's actually looking for and finds his goal is a lot simpler than she expected. Ju-yeon tries to pull rank by mentioning she's 3 years older, but our MC isn't interested in who's in charge and shuts her down so fast that her own team is surprised to see her being pushed around. The group feels uneasy about barging into a dangerous rift zone, while a famous hero lets a supposed rookie lead the way. One of the experienced hunters scoffs at the label, arguing that even newbies have tiers, and Do-jun is already on a different level, which leaves the rest of the team in shock. Do-jun keeps moving while the others gossip. He answers Ju-yeon's question about shutting down the rift by explaining that he's staying until he collects every material he can. The conversation is cut short when a massive bony claw swings out from the shadows. It slams into the line as the fight begins. A hunter shouts for the front line to brace themselves. The blue croco looms over them, far more terrifying than any field manual picture, and fear spreads through the ranks until even the veterans wonder if they've walked into a suicide mission. Seo Do-jun cuts through the panic with a simple command to get out of his way, and stepping forward to face the monster alone while the spectral sword god reminds him that a beast this thick-skinned requires a special weapon to cut out its heart. Seo Dojin lunges forward, moving with a speed that goes against everything he's learned in this world. Every muscle twitch is an echo of the sword god, a ghostly memory pulling him into perfect sync to deliver a strike meant for targets far stronger than a simple rift monster. Kassarian can't even track the movement. It only feels the crushing weight of the blow as the blade bites deep into its skin. The sight stops the hunters cold, confirming the suspicions of the few who actually believed the rookie was dangerous. Deep in the desolate rift zone, Seo Dojun didn't just survive the fight. He crushed a beast meant to be the top predator, leaving the witness to wonder how a human could be this strong. Deep in the foggy rift, the hunting party settles around several campfires for the night while the gossip starts to spread. The hunters are still buzzing about how Seo Dojun wiped out a blue croco with a single strike, and word that he took down a massive monster bird the same way sends a shock through the group. Dojun sits nearby, listening to the rumors about his own strength with a face that doesn't give anything away. He chooses to focus on the meat searing over the open flames until a purple-haired woman approaches to check if he finally finished sorting out the monster hearts. Seo Dojin shows off the massive collection he's gathered so far, but the woman is more worried about why he needs that many monster hearts and tries to look away from the mess. The blue meat sizzling over the fire leads Dojin to offer her a piece of the crocodile he just hunted. He just tells her she's welcome to go hungry and starts his meal without a second thought. The campsite dinner looks like a nightmare, and that blue meat is enough to make anyone lose their appetite. Her friend can hardly look at it, wondering why Jo-yeon would choose this strange thing over any other food. Despite the warning, our girl reaches into the pan. She decides to trust the man who told her it was edible. It's a bad bet, but she takes the plunge anyway. Surprisingly, the gamble pays off because the monster meat actually tastes amazing. As the group settles in for the night, one of the hunters corners Dojin to demand his secret, whispering that Jo-yeon is usually impossible to reach until his cooking finally broke through her shell. The mention of dating triggers a memory of his youth at the Imperial Academy. He hasn't thought about those days in years, the time when he was just a kid fighting to survive before he even turned 20. Dojin looks back on a life spent among noble women, starting with the young lady Maisel and later the silver-haired Rowenda, whose smile always suggested she knew more than she let on. But the memory of Veronica weighs most heavily. She was the warrior who stood with him at the very end, watching as the world they knew was destroyed. A sharp shout breaks his focus as the girl nearby demands to know our protagonist's secrets, and offers a smooth deflection about how a true prize never has to go looking for attention. The silence stretches for a long moment after Dojun speaks. The sheer cheesiness of the line is almost more than the short-haired girl can handle. Jung In-ju starts choking on the heavy atmosphere while Dojun just sits by the fire, completely unfazed by his own words. Meanwhile, in Sao Paulo, the city grinds on while major moves are being made in the jungle. In a quiet office, Park Chu-leong listens as his aide finishes a report that doesn't quite add up. He weighs the new information, wondering why Dojin's group would rush into the jungle before the official operation even started. The alliance is what really bothers him. Having the leader of the Violet Magnolia Guild backing Dojin changes the entire shape of the board. When he asks about local monsters, the aide can only relay vague warnings about how dangerous the place is, despite having no valuable loot. One man wants an S-rank hunter dead, and another is happy to make it happen. Far away in Brazil, a target is being marked for a hit that nobody is supposed to survive. It doesn't matter how high the hunter's rank is. Once the chairman of a massive group gets involved, the price on his head only goes up. Dealing with someone as erratic as Seo Dojin is a constant headache. Director Hong is now in a desperate rush to confirm if the hunter is even still breathing. And his contact catches the panic in the man's voice, before pressing until Hong admits his father saw the S-rank news and wants the hunter brought home immediately. This complication has the director spiraling. His partner mocks the fear and mentions he has already found the perfect help for the job, while giving a final guarantee that the target is never coming back from his trip, giving Hong exactly what he wanted to hear as he marks the map and waits for the kill. In the office, the director finishes his call and moves straight to the next phase of his plan, ordering a contact with Takashi now that his target is alone, while back in the Amazon the group pushes deep into the growth. Jung In-jo warns the MC that they are heading into territory where dangerous monsters hunt. And it's a lynx, an elite threat that makes even her guild fighters look nervous. Surprisingly, our hero isn't worried, simply noting that the beast is here too, before confirming he knows exactly what it's capable of, his mind already weighing a monster he has clearly met before. Inju is resigned to the protagonist's stubbornness, but tries to help by offering a few supplies, so Seo Dojun stops to study the objects in his palm. She explains these earplugs protect against the lynx's paralyzing cry, but the lead refuses the gear anyway and ignores her desperate warnings as he disappears into the deep brush. Dojun keeps moving with a cold purpose that makes Jung In-jo hesitate, while a massive shape watches from the shadows, and then a lynx lets out a piercing screeches against the moon that locks its single red eye onto the hunters below. The sound lands like a physical blow, snapping the team back to reality, and the short-haired woman screams for everyone to cover their ears, already picking the exact spot where he's going to strike. Empty vellum. No story content. The blue lynx lets out a piercing howl that cuts through the night, leaving Jung In-ju to wonder how the protagonist can just stand there while the others are crippled by the noise. While the sound pins the group down, he reaches for a stone. He launches the rock with a sharp flick that interrupts the call, and catches the women off guard, cutting the scream short before they even see him move. The sudden silence in the forest is more terrifying than the noise. Our protagonist doesn't wait around, launching himself into the dark to chase the lead predator before his team can even react. Jung In-jo can only watch him vanish as she struggles to process how a desperate defense turned into a hunt, knowing that when the lynx stops screaming, the kill is usually finished. She and her partner scramble to catch up, following the sound of his movement through the brush until they break into a clearing and find him standing alone, surrounded by the rest of the pack under the cold light of the moon. These creatures aren't used to being the ones tracked, and they certainly aren't used to a human who can match their pace. The alpha locks onto him now, ready to bet its life on one final strike. The forest clearing turns into a death trap as the guild members lock up, leaving Jung In-jo paralyzed by the sudden pressure of the blue lynx locking onto its prey. Just as the predator prepares to strike, our protagonist reaches out to shield her eyes and explains that the monster's cry is just a trick to hide the real threat. He draws his blade and tells her to keep them closed as he launches himself forward to test the very edge of his limits. Our lead calls on a secret art he hasn't shown yet: the Bandian swordsmanship. He starts the first form, a move designed to focus every bit of his life into one point on the blade. It's a strike that promises a miracle, and the monsters nearby realize too late that the forest isn't safe anymore. Jung In-jo and the other hunters are shaken, unable to even guess at the kind of power they're looking at, letting the energy go in a single, blinding pillar of heat. The night forest suddenly bursts into light, freezing the local predators in their tracks. As the paralysis sets in, the blast consumes the woods and tears toward the sky in a massive pillar of heat. Jung In-ju can only watch from the edge as the scale of the power finally lands, leaving our protagonist standing at the end of a deep canyon he just carved into the earth. One strike was all it took to change the shape of the forest forever. The blue lynx lies scattered and broken across the dirt, leaving Jung In-jo staring at the aftermath while her mind struggles to process how one person could do this. This level of power feels impossible, and even the surviving monsters realize they're completely outclassed as the young man closes the distance with a calm that makes the slaughter look like a routine chore. The blue lynx locks its gaze on a target it will never catch, cut down mid-stride by a strike too fast for the beast to follow as its final howl marks the shift from predator to prey. Standing over the body, our protagonist finds the creature pathetic, reaching out to claim the prize he knows will be useful very soon. Our protagonist leads his group through the dark woods, watched closely by the woman with the scarred face, as she follows him deeper into the night. Her silence shows exactly who she trusts. The protagonist leads the way through the forest. Behind him, the hunters whisper that his strength is far beyond anything a human should be capable of, leading them to compare him to legends like Chabri Alphonse and Cain Lester. This debate keeps them distracted, while the river stirs and gray-skinned ghouls crawl from the water to close the trap, making their first move. But as the ghouls lunge, our hero moves before the first strike can land, shutting down the advance instantly before launching into the air, with a speed that turns the riverbank into a graveyard. That makes him a total blur to anyone watching, tearing through the pack and taking heads before the monsters can even scream. He brings his boot down hard to finish the ghouls in the mud, and leaves the A-rank hunters to wonder, and then he starts the walk back with the same bored look he arrived with. He stops when a question from the purple-haired hunter asks where he learned the swordsmanship that leaves red sparks in its path, and his mind drifts back to the blonde-haired man who taught him everything, the master who carried fire like it belonged to him. The hunter asks to learn his power, and when our boy asks why, he dismisses her anyway. Her pride is clearly hit, and she snaps back that she'll find a reason to use it before she dies, leading to a tense stare-down until she finally storms off. The scarred woman has had enough of the drama. She orders the group to head toward the exit portal. The mission is finally over. Thanks to Dojin's interference, the mission wraps up without a single casualty among the hunters, but a sudden footfall snaps the silence and brings a death threat in Japanese that confirms they aren't alone. The voice demands to know who dares to block his path, and the tone is enough for the lead hunter to recognize the man coming for them as our protagonist pulls his partner back and stays alert. Ryoma Takashi steps into the light, an S-rank hero and former Yakuza who leads the Teigoku Guild with a massive blade and a reputation for violence. He didn't come here to offer a hand. He came here to settle a score. Ryoma Takashi is clearly annoyed, claiming he was finally going to have some fun with Juyeon, until the protagonist blocked his way, but the threat to smashes his face in only earns a lethal promise in return. Turning his focus to Juyeon, the MC notes that her teammates don't seem to have much love for her, which catches her off guard because she didn't realize he understood Japanese. He gives her a vague answer while his mind drifts to the past. Ryoma is already losing his patience, and his lackeys are even faster to snap, screaming at the boy to apologize for insulting their master. But Ryoma Takashi isn't the type to take orders from anyone. Jung In-ju sees exactly where this is going, the kind of situation that turns into a bloodbath. Ryoma doesn't value the peace offering and throws a foul insult right in her face, causing her hunters to erupt in defensive rage. Jung In-jo silences them with one sharp command and introduces herself as a leader of the Violet Magnolia Guild, hoping a formal name still carries enough weight to settle this beef peacefully. Ryoma Takashi doesn't know Jung In-jo's guild, and he takes a moment to taunt her while grabbing one of her members with a rough grip. Our protagonist steps in, shoving the man aside with a cold command that only makes Ryoma admit he was already planning to kill the boy anyway. It clicks for the MC then that this entire scene was a setup meant to draw him out. This wasn't just a random fight. It was a planned move to get his attention. Since Ryoma wants a fight so badly, the hero accepts the challenge and launches his first strike. Do-jun drops into the fray with blinding speed and scatters the Taigoku members, reminding them that since they swung first, everything he does now is self-defense. Ryoma Takashi finally steps in and orders his men to stand down, preparing for a real duel as the purple-haired hunter tells Do-jun to just leave the man half dead. Vera is a world on the edge of annihilation. Legends tell of champions summoned from distant worlds to fight the nightmare creatures bleeding through the gates, but those stories are about to become a grim reality. A new rift has opened to the brutal land of Grakthar, and if it isn't sealed soon, the entire realm will fall. Ryoma's fighters snap to attention as the quiet is shattered by the heavy thuds of impact. His companions and the elite members of the Violet Magnolia Guild freeze as the noise gets louder, realizing the chaos they have been waiting for has finally arrived. Our protagonist drops with a blow that folds the heavy hitter instantly, driving him face first into the dirt and landing with the ease of a predator, while Ryoma's men watch in disbelief. This wasn't supposed to be a suicide mission, but as the MC's focus shifts and the air goes cold, the scarred fighter realizes he's just prey. Terrified, he breaks into a sprint, screaming for a life he knows is almost over. Our guy closes the gap in an instant, trapping the fighter who's far too slow to even track the move. It's obvious someone sent him, and our lead can already guess who was behind the order. The man's pride vanishes as he starts to beg for his life, but the MC shuts down that hope with a flat refusal. He asks if the man expects mercy, only to answer with a cold no before delivering a final strike that puts an end to the fight. The blow lands with enough force to shatter Ryoma's jaw, leaving the onlookers frozen as they struggle to process the sheer speed of the collapse. One of Ryoma's own fighters admits she knew he'd lose, but she never expected the gap between them to be this massive. The MC isn't looking for a graceful end to the fight. He plants his boot on Ryoma's head and pushes him into the dirt. It's getting ugly enough that the short-haired girl finally begs Inju to step in before Ryoma actually dies. He has already made up his mind about what happens next. To our protagonist, people like this are better off buried, and she has to drag him back before he gets pulled down by trash like this. The short-haired fighter screams at her men to submit until they finally collapse into the dirt, but a simple apology isn't enough for Dojun. A few seconds on their knees won't balance the scales. Our protagonist isn't looking for a fair fight anymore. He's looking for total submission. He orders the survivors to drop their heads to the dirt. They slams themselves down without a second thought, realizing pride is a luxury they can no longer afford. He leans into the psychological pressure, reminding them of the brutal finger-cutting traditions they usually live by, while they beg for any scrap of mercy he's willing to give. But mercy isn't free, and he demands they pay with the last of their dignity by admitting exactly how much they failed. One by one, the apology comes out, marking the total collapse of the fearsome reputation they brought into this forest. While the other hunters laugh at the spectacle, Jung Inju can only watch in silence. Ryoma Takashi seethes on the ground, forced to witness his once proud organization turn into a group of groveling subordinates. The dust settles on a massacre that was never supposed to be possible. Back in Sao Paulo, the news travels fast, hitting the branch chief's desk in a report that reads like a horror story. Jung In-ju and her teammate wait for a reaction, until the chief asks if he's really expected to believe this. Ryoma Takashi was supposedly dismantled by a single opponent and left in a hospital bed. It's a loss so total that it breaks the logic the chief has lived by for years. He had counted on Japan and Korea working together to seal the Santarém rift, but with a power this lopsided, the local association is officially out of the game. The branch chief wraps up the official meeting and explains that the final verdict will come from the home associations once the reports are processed. He probes for details about the Santarém rift, asking if they saw anything unusual, but Injo chooses to keep Dojun's terrifying power a secret. The chief still feels like something is missing and asks why the man mentioned most in the report didn't bother showing up for the debrief. Inju hesitates to describe Dojun's blunt personality, so her subordinate steps in to say he had his own business to settle. The chief is left to wonder what finishing things actually means. Behind the doors of a hospital ward, a man groans in the dark. Ryoma Takashi is awake, but his mind is broken. The fear Dojun planted is the only thing left in his head. Walking into the hospital room with flowers, the protagonist looks down at Ryoma Takashi, a man covered in bandages and raw fear. Hidden among the petals is a golden device shaped like an eye. The device pulses, pinning Ryoma to the bed with a light he can't look away from. The command lands. It's time to talk about the incident. Standing over the broken man in the quiet ward, the MC waits for the device to do its work. Ryoma starts to crumble, his voice shaking with a programmed self-loathing as he admits to causing nothing but trouble for the Korean Guild. Our protagonist watches as the seeds he planted finally take root. Behind him, Ryoma lies broken in his hospital bed, his spirit so thoroughly crushed that he can only mutter about how much he hates the life he chose. With that task finished, the MC walks away, leaving the man to rot in his own regret as he focuses on whatever comes next. Seo Dojin just became the most famous man in the country, but he won't say a single word. Rumors about the fight between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread across the world in hours. Fueled by news reports that paint our protagonist as a hero of justice, while the public obsesses over his mysterious silence and his opponent recovers in a hospital bed. In the Hero Association, the director's aide is stunned to hear that Japan has completely given up their latest investigation, even though the victim himself was the one who asked them to stop. To the director, this strange silence suggests Japan has found something so dangerous they would rather look the other way from it, and he only grins when his aide tries to dig for more. He knows the global balance of heroes is about to break, and while the leaders talk, the clock keeps ticking at the hotel. They only have 1 day left before the mission to close the Brazil Rift Zone begins. A mission this big isn't won in a single day. It starts with the people who show up early. The Korean heroes arrived first to get a feel for the area, followed by teams from around the world who spent their final hours trading news and planning their moves for the days ahead. This was the last chance to wash away the tension before the pre-battle party finally began. Even in a room filled with elite talent, Seo Dojin stands out as the clear star of the night, drawing every eye before he even says a word. Word of Dojin's victory has officially gone global, and while the guests are impressed by how little he brags, one woman starts feeling completely ordinary before noticing her friend has frozen mid-sentence. The reason is standing right in the middle of the room, where America's top S-rank hero Gloria Tyler has just appeared. Seeing a world-class beauty move in is enough to sour the mood, and it forces the local girls to realize they need to move now or admit they've already been outclassed. Dojin keeps his face unreadable as the room goes quiet while the weight of the room becomes too much for the girl beside him, her embarrassment finally catching up to her while he finds the whole thing a little funny. Gloria Tyler eventually makes her exit, leaving them with a playful goodbye to someone named Castle, which Dojin casually claims as his own, even if he isn't ready to explain the life he lived before his current name. Dojin doesn't get a moment to breathe before the questions start, mostly about where he grew up and why his records are missing so much data. He doesn't bother answering, choosing to walk away from the noise while a new player in the room watches him with clear spite, disgusted that Takashi couldn't handle the job, before deciding to step in himself. Just as he walks past the threat, the target on his back just got a lot bigger. Even though Dojin has the power to hold his own, he's warned that his enemies won't always fight fair, and while the woman tries to name Takashi's inner circle, our protagonist shuts her down because he assumes these allies are just like Takashi, cowards who talk big to hide their weakness. He insists that people like that aren't a threat or worth a second thought, but his words reach the ears of the man in the suit nearby. The insult lands as a personal challenge that makes the man's blood boil, and while Dojin walks away with a smile, he leaves a new enemy behind to curse his name in a murderous rage. He's past the point of logic, consumed by the need to kill the man with his own hands. But later that night in Santarem, a scarred hunter stares at a massive rift and admits he's never seen anything this strange or dark before. The squad leader just brushes the worry off. He's convinced that 2 S-rank heroes on site make the squad untouchable. The hunter tries to mirror that confidence as the command to enter finally drops, and the team marches into a void where their rank might not mean as much as they think, sensing a shift in the air that the others haven't noticed yet. And when he asks if they can feel it, his companion only stares back in confusion, leaving Dojin to swallow hard and brace for what's coming as he realizes the mana levels are rising at a terrifying speed. Sirens suddenly scream through the forest while the squad stands before the gate, and the scanner confirms that the levels are already spiking past 20%. The mysterious figure watches the disaster build. Checking his phone as an unknown count climbs toward 30%, showing zero respect for the hunters he views as bugs, standing under the moonlight. Seo Dojin realizes the air here is much stronger than anything he felt in the forest, and seeing him look tense for the first time, his team knows something dangerous is waiting inside. Under the night sky of the Rift Zone, the team leader calls for order to steady the group. She explains that the heavy pressure weighing down their bodies is a trait of this area. She warns the hunters to keep their guard up. Turning to her core team, she tells Juyeon to protect the formation and asks our MC to do the same. Dojin agrees without hesitation, while Juyeon notes that playing it safe is the only move until they understand why the density has shifted. With the strategy set, the leader rallies the group one last time, reminding everyone that their only objective is to close the rift. The command to move goes out while halfway across the globe, a joint team of international heroes is already fighting a disaster. They were sent to Manaus to close a dungeon, but the front line is being shredded by something fast enough to outrun an A-rank hunter. These are killer bees. These flying wasp-type monsters are turning the operation into a massacre, impaling the team before they can even register the threat. It's a complete slaughter, and the hunters have no answer for a predator this fast. This shouldn't be happening, as killer bees are usually bottom-tier threats that rookies hunt for practice, but looking at the bodies on the ground, that logic is dead. He stumbles back from the carnage as the reality of the massacre finally hits home, realizing even high-ranking elites are being slaughtered like cattle. One of the monsters fixes its sights on him, forcing him to pull his focus together for a body that has suddenly gone heavy, weighing him down when he should be shredding these things to pieces. It hits him then. The rules of the game have changed in this place. Everyone came into this forest expecting an easy hunt, but the situation just changed. These are supposed to be A-rank survivors, yet they're getting torn apart by simple insects. The question isn't how they'll win anymore, it's whether any of them will walk out alive. The A-rank group is stuck in a slaughter, swarmed by monsters that should have been easy prey, as a pack of black orcs looms over them with a weight that feels heavy and wrong. The scale has tipped. These orcs are hitting with a power that shouldn't exist, and a hunter launches a desperate counterattack with his last bit of strength. The black orc isn't just strong. It's fast enough to catch an A-rank hunter completely off guard. It swings its massive axe with enough force to end the raid right there. Bake Hannah moves in before the blade can land, pulling her teammate out of the kill zone just in time. The survivor barely manages a thank you before she snaps at him, warning him that rushing in recklessly is a good way to get killed. With the lecture out of the way, Hannah launches herself back at the monster. She slides through a tiny gap in its reach that most fighters would never even see, and follows through with a heavy kick to the jaw, proving why she's leading the Velvet Poppy Guild. Hannah closes the gap before the beast can even plant its feet, moving with a level of grace that makes the massive orc look like it's standing still. The monster tries for a desperate counterswing, but her blade finds its mark first, leaving the creature with barely any time to process the hit as she blurs past its guard to finish the job. One final strike shatters its weapon and sends the body crashing into the dirt just as the other hunters are struck by a sudden realization. They had spent so much time around Dojin that they'd almost forgotten the sheer gap in power at the top. This is the true face of an S-rank, a level of speed and violence that makes everyone else on the field look like a total beginner. But the scream is cut short by a heavy strike, and Seo Dojin slams the beast into the dirt. He finishes the job before the others can even react. The team leader watches from the entrance and weighs the danger, sensing that this dungeon is going to be a struggle for the whole team. Once the dust settles, Hannah walks over to ask what Dojin is staring at. He tracks a black ripple that she doesn't have the focus to see yet. The energy is almost invisible, and the realization lands that this leak is the reason the monsters are getting stronger. Hannah and the hunters feel the shift, their relief turning into a heavy silence as they realize something is wrong. Standing over the massive body, they realize this isn't just a successful hunt, but a warning they weren't prepared for. A massive monster unleashes a roar that shakes the night, but the sword god is already closing the distance with a lethal strike, his blade cutting through the dark as he goes for the kill. The swamp ghoul is bubbling with a new kind of threat, and as it lashes out, Hunter A barely clears a massive splash of sludge while the rest of the team braces for the pressure of the monster's presence. Since the beast is towering over them now, Hunter I realizes these creatures have somehow grown more powerful than they should be, a fact that lands the second a strike slams into Hunter G. The scythe wielder moves to cover the fall as his comrade is sent reeling. G stares at his torn combat suit. If the monster can rip through high-rank armor, they are officially in over their heads. The chaos in the rift zone is too much for the team, leaving Hunter G frozen as a swamp ghoul moves in for the kill. Luckily, the leader steps in just in time to stop the strike and gives him space to scramble back while she unleashes a flurry of attacks to hold the line. These monsters are fighting way above their normal level, making the real threat deeper in the rift impossible to handle alone. A terrifying thought lands. This isn't just about Brazil anymore. A global disaster might be hitting every rift zone at once. Deep in the rift zone near Manaus, things are going bad fast. The front line was just wiped out, taking down top-tier S-rank hunters like Brazil's Arbado. It seems impossible for fighters that strong to fall to a few Belcara. But as Hana tries to process the name, Seo Dojin drops another swamp ghoul and warns her that these things are a nightmare when filled with dark mana. She finally spots the black aura for herself and realizes this energy is exactly what is pushing the monsters past their normal limits. As the energy surges around them, Hunter J struggles to process the news that this isn't some simple monster skill. It's raw, concentrated mana flooding directly into their bodies. The girl tries to wrap her head around the concept by comparing the power to a video game, but her simple view only earns a heavy sigh from Dojin, who explains that mana is the only thing separating a hero from an ordinary person. He drops through the air with a weightless precision as he looks at a world that didn't even have a word for magic until the monsters arrived. It finally registers that a place without the concept of mana wasn't just empty, it was actually peaceful. Peace in a dungeon is always temporary, and Seo Dojin can see the strings pulling these monsters before anyone else even notices the shift. He knows the quiet is over as a massive ghoul appears behind him. He locks onto the target, ready to end the fight before it can truly start. Moving in a blur of strikes, he lands an impact that levels everything in his path and leaves the forest floor cratered. The A-rank hunters watch in silence, trying to process a level of power that doesn't make sense for a kid in his position. When she wonders how he knows all this, he only finds it strange that the high-ranking professionals are this far behind. The Silk Flower Guild moves deeper into the territory, sticking close together as they follow Du-jun's lead into the spawn zones. Their leader signals for a sudden halt because they finally found it, a feeding cocoon hanging from the canopy with a fresh host trapped inside. She orders everyone to stay alert, convinced the beast is stalking them from the trees, but Du-jun cuts her off to reveal that the real danger is already here. He's just glad they found it quickly. Dojin's sudden focus on the silk-wrapped orcs leaves the girl questioning if he's actually a mage as he launches a strike. The ground shakes as the latest wave of enemies goes up in smoke, but Dojin sees the strings behind the chaos. Belcara is using dark mana to control these creatures, and if the group doesn't break out now, they'll be surrounded in seconds. He sets his sights on the source of the energy, knowing the only way out is straight through the one who started all of this. The rest of the team struggles to process the strategy, caught off guard by his total lack of hesitation. Watching him, the girl with the scar can't wrap her head around how a newcomer understands the rules of this place better than any veteran. He moves through a death trap like it's a familiar walk home. The more she watches, the more she realizes she has no idea who this guy really is. The local hunters watch Dojin in shock, convinced he's found a way to cheat. One of them pulls him aside for an answer, asking if he's actually living through his second life. The accuracy of her guess hits home, and for a second he remembers his past as the sword god, admitting her theory is close enough to the truth. He refocuses and asks for their progress, but he leaves them stunned by promising to clear the fissure today. The guild has hit a wall, their energy stripped away by the swamp until they can barely stand, so Dojin weighs the state of his team and makes the only choice he can. He tells everyone to rest here while he finishes Belcara on his own. He hits full speed before they can even argue, vanishing into the dark as a blur that leaves the hunters wondering how he still has fuel while he locks his focus on the kill and leaves the safety of the unit behind to face the threat alone. Our protagonist tracks his target into the darkest part of the forest, where a single spider sits at the center of its web. whispering that he finally has the creature where he wants it, before he launches himself high into the air. He brings his blade down with enough force to make the giant monster scream. Its jaws snap in a desperate attempt to catch the only man who came looking for a fight, and as the beast tries to retreat, a single slash cuts straight through its thick armor before it can even turn around, slamming the giant spider into the dirt with enough force to end the hunt instantly. And as he waits for the adrenaline to fade, he feels a strange surge of energy from his mana heart technique using the power he just absorbed. He walks back through the quiet forest while the hunters watch in stunned silence, unable to square the reality of one man taking down a threat like Belkera by himself. Hunter K watches Seo Dojin with a mix of awe and worry, unable to believe the guy isn't even winded. Once our MC confirms the jungle is clear and suggests a break, the group sets up a small camp to roast some meat over the fire. Hunter E eventually approaches to ask for a taste of whatever he's cooking, catching him by surprise with the request. She takes her portion with a quick thanks and jokes that maybe this meat is the secret behind Dojun's monstrous strength. A-rank Hunter K watches the others and finally decides it's worth a shot. He joins Hunter E as she eats greedily. Still, he respects the drive of anyone this desperate to find an edge and decides to offer them a small gift. His hidden skill takes hold as they finish their meal and triggers a sudden surge of energy that catches them both off guard, leaving the hero satisfied with his secret contribution. Looking at the map, they're still miles from the core, and the team is reaching their limit. The leader points out that Seo Dojin wanted to finish the job today. Their bags are already overflowing with loot, and the team is exhausted. One of the fighters admits the truth. They're tired, and the dark mana in the air is making the monsters stronger than anything they've faced before. Seo Dojin stands back and considers the strategy they started with. They were supposed to stay as long as possible to hunt for the blue croco's heart, a rare prize that serves as the main reason they even came to Brazil. However, the surge of dark mana is a threat he didn't see coming, and it's turning what should have been a standard harvest into a fight for their lives. Seo Dojin pours out a pile of red mana crystals while noting a strange shift in the air, sensing that something about the dark mana here is off and that an unplanned variable is never a good sign. He orders the girls to take the loot and head back to the hotel immediately, catching them by surprise as he turns back toward the gate to close it alone and catch up later. A beautiful world is about to die. The only person who can save it isn't even from here. Veira was once a world of beauty and wonder, but now the entire realm stands on the edge of annihilation as a dangerous new gate opens to spew creatures of shadow, forcing our protagonist to strike with the precision of a man who has seen worlds fall. He keeps a cool head even as more monsters loom in the dark, knowing the fate of this entire realm now rests in his hands. Dojin ends the fight with a single blow and pulls the red core from the creature's remains. While the group retreats, Leader Girl wonders if Dojin will be okay alone, that sharing an S-rank title with him is just embarrassing. Comparisons like this don't come around often. There might not be another S-rank in the world who fights quite like him. He launches into the air to deliver a flurry of slashes, triggering a roar that shakes the trees. Landing quietly, our lead catches his breath. He prepares to end the fight with a single strike, reminding everyone why he's in a class of his own. Seo Dojin brings down a massive flaming strike that slams into the ogre with enough force to shatter its defenses, watching as the creatures dissolve into ash so he can harvest a mana stone that serves as a huge prize for the night. Elsewhere, a group of hunters approaches a massive thorn gate as one man struggles under a heavy supply pack, but the team marches on regardless toward the heart of the territory. The blade goes in deep, and Seo Dojin finishes the job with one clean swing before looking over the aftermath with total indifference. He finds no pride in the kill, only the cold work of pulling the heart and dropping it into a waiting jar, because to him this is just another piece of loot to secure. He carves even further into the remains until the mana stones finally tumble into the grass to finish the haul. The loot is piling up, and Dojun finds the payoff per monster better than he expected as he adjusts his gear and disappears back into the woods. Far from the trees, inside the Brazil Hero Association, a sudden alarm shatters the quiet of the operations room because a signal is pinging near Santarem, locking onto a strange hit that has the entire staff on edge. The tension in the control room is heavy as the staff watches the monitors. It breaks into shock when the readings flatline and the rift closes, even though the Silkflower Guild was already heading home and the chief is left wondering how it happened. 10 minutes earlier, a massive twin-head ogre was busy roaring through the forest while Seo Dojin watched, noting that the monster was mutated by a burst of dark energy, and he looks ready for a fight. The ogre lifts a foot the size of a boulder and brings it down with enough force to end the fight. But Dojun already spotted the swirling core behind its leg and realized this is the only opening he's going to get. This is the part where the fight ends, one way or the other. The beast roars with a sound that shakes the trees. Our protagonist launches into the second form of the Vandian sword style, diving past the creature's guard while a massive fist swings through the space he just left. A single opening is all he needs. Our protagonist pours everything into his blade, ignoring the ogre's massive fist as it swings for his head. He finally sees the opening he was looking for. He lets the magic unfold in lines that tear through the monster in one clean swing. The twin-head ogre is fast, and right now, it's focused entirely on making sure our protagonist doesn't leave the forest alive. The beast locks in, lunging forward with a speed that doesn't match its massive frame, but its roar only fuels our hero's focus. He taunts the creature, claiming the fight has only just begun. He brings his blade down in a heavy arc that slices clean through the monster's torso, forcing the beast to stumble while our lead leaps back in for the kill. He isn't just winning, he's enjoying it. Our protagonist locks in with a quiet word to himself before launching forward with a speed that doesn't seem possible to land a series of strikes the twin-head ogre can't even track. The force of the clash levels the trees around them as the beast realizes this isn't just another human. It leaps back to find breathing room, but the hero is already there with a single arc that severs the monster's arm, leaving both heads to scream in shared agony. He ends the fight in a single blur, and before the twin-head ogre can even register the attack, the protagonist lets his momentum settle, taking the only second of peace he's likely to get. He exhales a long breath and slides his sword home. But then the silence breaks as a swirling vortex of energy tears through the air right at his back. Moving deeper into the rift, our protagonist notices something wrong. The dark mana concentration stays exactly the same even near the core. He suspects an external cause that would usually require an undead lord or an imperial lich to pull off, though a monster that strong would have already overrun the world with zombies. If the source is truly outside, then simply closing the rift won't solve the problem for the real fight ahead. Our protagonist lashes out with a single strike, splintering the air until it shatters like glass. The fight is over, but he knows he has to investigate further to find the source of the ambush. Meanwhile, at the Brazil Hero headquarters, an aide trembles while delivering a file that shouldn't exist. The branch chief looks over the data and admits that regardless of where the information is coming from, the news is impossible to believe. And while massive teams are being wiped out across the globe, one specific group didn't just close their rift, they brought every member home safely, with most squads retreating once the rifts proved too much for even the S-rank heroes to handle. When the branch chief asks if the Korean team was the only success, his assistant hesitates to even use that label, forcing the chief to check the papers for the Santarem squad to see what actually happened. Headquarters is in a panic because a rift just did something impossible. It closed on its own, leaving the branch chief scrambling for an explanation. He doesn't know it yet, but the hero he's waiting for isn't the one who actually did the work. While the association tries to piece the story together, the real player is already moving on to his next target. The report hits the Brazilian branch chief like a physical blow. The rift closed itself the very second she arrives at headquarters to find out what really happened inside. While the association tries to make sense of the situation during the hour it takes the team to travel back, Dojun has already cleared his first target and moved straight into a second rift where he finds the core is hidden deep underwater. Our protagonist wades through the water toward the quiet town ahead, carrying everything he needs for the journey as he moves deeper into the heart of the rift. He doesn't know it yet, but this is the last quiet moment he gets. Whatever is waiting in those buildings, he's ready for it. The Brazilian branch chief can't wrap his head around the report sitting on his desk. His aide doesn't even blink, knowing that for a man like Seo Do-jun, the impossible is just another day at work. He forces her to say it out loud, needing to confirm if one man really cleared an entire rift zone alone. But her steady answer only makes the reality harder to swallow. The chief sits in silence as the scale of that power finally lands. He eventually breaks it with a classified truth. The rift zones aren't just a threat. They are currently slaughtering S-rank heroes across the rest of the world. The weight of a near-death experience hangs over her as she delivers her report. It's a lot to process. A new energy called dark mana is turning monsters into things that can kill even an S-rank hero. Sitting across from her, the branch chief struggles to believe that Seo Do-jun could actually be stronger than all of them combined. He looks for any other explanation, wondering if rifts in the south were only spared because the mana hasn't reached them yet. She warns him that the danger level has shifted permanently. The old rules are dead. Since the shift in rift colors is their only real clue, he wastes no time ordering an immediate sweep of every gate in Brazil, leaving the branch office behind. The agent keeps a steady pace and reaches for a direct line to the top, while Chairman Nate Wang takes the call and listens to the report about a new threat known as dark mana. He checks for sightings in the Korean regions, and since the area is clear for now, he orders her to stay on high alert because even S-rank hunters are at risk when they face a group of these monsters. Na Tai Wang lays out the stakes with one grim warning. If a boss-level monster gains the power of dark mana, it will be an absolute disaster that they have to prepare for right now. Following the trail to the shore, our protagonist knows that rifts in the water usually keep their cores hidden deep beneath the surface, an environment that is a total death trap for almost every hero on the planet. That's why world-class heroes like Iron Looper are in such high demand, using rare abilities like underwater breathing to clear the rifts nobody else can touch. Even without that power, our hero can feel the weight of the moment as the dark mana in this water becomes dangerously dense. As our protagonist starts his dive into the unknown, he plunges into the depths where the light begins to fail, and the water feels heavy from the dark mana, proving he can't rely on normal movement to survive among these creatures, to stabilize his position. Next, he follows it with a protective art for resistance, finishing his preparations before heading into the heart of the rift. Deep in the underwater rift, our protagonist keeps a steady pace until the water shifts and a massive presence looms behind him, revealing an Archon, a colossal sea beast that moves with terrifying speed for its size. Recognizing the dark mana overflowing from the creature, he tenses his muscles to center his focus and lets his power flare out, forcing the water away as he stands his ground, while the shock hits the beast and creates a gap in the dark depths. The deep is full of teeth. A swarm of piranha monsters is closing in, and our protagonist tracks their red eyes as they emerge from the dark. If Iron Looper could see this right now, he'd realize our boy has a cold, hunter's focus. It would be a shock to see him move freely without worrying about buoyancy, planting his feet firmly as if the water had no weight at all. Even deep underwater, the protagonist's strikes land with the same speed and weight they would on dry land, even as a swarm of piranha monsters closes in quickly. Their glowing eyes fill the dark water, but he isn't interested in a long fight, deciding the school is too annoying to deal with before he dives deeper into the abyss. Diving deep into the abyss, our hero stops cold when he feels something watching him. He immediately recognizes the massive eye of the legendary Akramos, a predator he never expected to find in these waters. He remembers this name from his previous world, and seeing it now means the margin for error just hit zero. This beast belongs to a deadlier weight class than anything he planned to face. Every great hero started exactly here, hunting Akremos before they were legends, watching as an eye opens in the deep and the beast begins to tear the water apart. This monster has no natural predators and simply opens a subspace void to swallow its enemies whole. The realization hits, he finally understands why the legends were so careful, and the pressure mounts as he struggles to brace for the dark. He braces himself as he prepares for the final dive, plunging deeper into a void where something massive watches from the cold depths, and his own power begins to flare. Killing the beast is easy, but he would lose the chance to take this subspace for himself. Instead, he has to pin the creature down using his own mana, crushing the area with enough force to claim the space while the sheer pressure tears everything nearby apart. The pressure is too much to handle as our lead realizes he's losing ground, so he doubles down on his power and shoves back against the crushing weight of the water. It's a losing game. If he keeps pouring out his energy like this, he'll have to pull from Shimye's dark power just to stay alive. As he braces against the freezing current, a sudden realization catches him off guard. His current body is reaching its physical limits, and the weight of it finally lands. He isn't strong enough to hold this form much longer. It's a bitter pill to swallow while the abyss closes in around his tiny sphere of protection. Our protagonist screams into the depths, pushing his magic past the limit to end this fight. At the surface, the lakeside village sits quiet under a bright morning sky until a massive pillar of water erupts from the river, dragging the monster out of the dark as our hero feels the timing click into place. He calls on the power of Akramos' subspace, twisting the air into a dark void before gravity pulls the young man back down with enough force to wake the whole valley, tucked away in a place that seems way too peaceful. Nearby in the tall grass, birds circle and land to check out the strange shape where our MC lies out cold. A sharp jab from a beak finally shocks him back into reality, sending the flock scattering as he jolts upright with his eyes already sharp and locked onto a target. Our protagonist wakes up in the field and sits up to take stock of his body. Testing the energy flowing through his veins confirms he is stronger than before. The surge is real. His mana has hit a new level worth every risk he just took. But it's the next test that really matters, because seeing the subspace portal open up is the greatest gain of all. He stores his gear away in the swirling void before letting out a shout of relief that echoes across the empty hills. This rift has nothing left to give the protagonist. High above the city at the Korea Hero Association, the mood is heavy with a truth they can no longer avoid. The loss hits the association director hard. He knows they just lost a level of talent the world can't afford to be without, leaving a hole in their defenses that might never be filled. The aide notes that these rift incidents were supposedly limited to specific zones, but Do-jun didn't just survive them, he shut them down entirely, showing he's far more capable than anyone expected. Even though their own borders haven't shown any signs of trouble yet, the director still orders his team to stay ready and looks out over the city with concern, knowing that Chairman Lopez is far too greedy to let Do-jun go without squeezing every bit of use out of him first. The association director drops a heavy prediction. Seo Do-jun isn't just going to win, he's going to strip Chairman Lopez of everything he owns. His aide sits in silence as the old man leans back with a mocking laugh, clearly enjoying the chaos he's turned loose, who snaps that the latest demands are far too much. Do-jun repeats the words back to him, his face unreadable as he weighs the man's desperation. He doesn't have time for a long negotiation, so our MC stands up to walk out and end the meeting right then. The chief breaks immediately, calling out for him to wait before the deal slips away for good. The Brazilian branch chief tries to play the hero card, demanding that Seo Do-jun think of the country's safety as part of his duty. Do-jun isn't interested in a guilt trip. He's already cleared 2 rifts by himself, and he tells the chief to lecture the local heroes who failed to handle their own backyard instead. He makes it clear that Brazil's survival has nothing to do with him, asking whether they would ever send aid if the roles were reversed and Korea was drowning. The chief has no answer for that. The situation only gets worse when his aide reports that the rift zones are now completely blocked off. The chairman realizes that if this happens again, Brazil is finished. He sinks into despair while the heroes watch, but Do-jun's ally steps in with a simple solution. She tells the chief to stop fighting and just accept Do-jun's demands, because even a high price is cheap compared to the safety of a nation. The Brazilian branch chief finally hits his breaking point, caving to the terms and offering $50 million for every rift zone our protagonist closes. And while Do-jun accepts the win, he holds up 2 fingers to demand an immediate $100 million for the work he's already finished. It's a massive payday that would look like pure greed to the outside world. But the association's pride will keep the details private as Do-jun waits for the man to settle the tab. Even if the secret got out, his allies know Do-jun doesn't care about fame because he ignores the noise that usually follows a hunter. He only wanted a perfectly safe house in exchange for his help, and looks satisfied now that the promise has been kept. Brazil finally accepts his terms because they are out of options, but they require an NDA to hide the price of his support. Our protagonist finally takes a moment to breathe, but for others, the mission left scars, like the hunter recovering in a hospital bed with his body broken. The true cost only appears back at the airfield, where a long line of coffins waits for families left to pick up the pieces of lives that ended in a heartbeat. And our MC knows that a safe world is a luxury always bought with blood. Back at the hotel in Brazil, the team settles in for a meal, but the ally immediately pushes for a commitment the MC isn't ready to give until he admits he's only thinking about his benefits. His plan is to close one rift solo while her guild moves to the next entrance, so they can finish the second job together, earning a small smirk from the protagonist, since she's sharp enough to keep up. While they eat, the protagonist explains his plan to close 3 rifts a day. He intends to split off from the group to handle solo missions. He tells her to focus on her guild's safety while she waits for him to arrive. The sudden proximity leaves the S-rank hero flustered, but she eventually agrees to hold the line after he reminds her of her own strength. The rest of the crew catches the exchange and starts whispering about a romance after seeing Ju Yan's reaction. Once the meal is finished, our protagonist calls for the group to move out with the support of his new team. Our hero is hunting for a fight, and he just found something that actually hits back. Our protagonist moves through the clearing, tracking a presence he's felt since he stepped into these woods. He catches a heavy shift in the air, the kind of weight that only comes from a true monster. The beast finally reveals itself with a roar that rattles the trees, towering over him and blocking out the sun. He recognizes it as a Cyclops subspecies. It's the perfect time to see exactly what he's capable of. The Cyclops never sees the strike coming, taken by surprise by a burst of speed he can't track. Because our protagonist isn't out here for glory, he's just looking for the easy payday these monsters provide. The peace of the forest is about to break, shattered by a force that sends the birds screaming into the sky, while the sword god launches forward, aiming a killing blow at the beast below. A massive creature looms over the clearing, locking its single eye onto the only threat left standing, while our protagonist realizes it's the tanky type. Usually, a monster like this makes for a long, dull fight. He wonders if he should test a new technique, noting this monster is durable enough to be a decent subject. His smirk stays fixed even as the beast roars and lunges forward, only to miss when he dodges with effortless speed. It's clear he's just too fast for this thing. The first strike lands hard, but it's barely a flesh wound and the beast tenses its massive frame for a second wind while he watches with a steady eye, letting out a roar that shakes the forest as it throws its weight into a lunge he tracks without flinching before he raises a hand to open a tear in space that swallows the monster's arm mid-strike. The realization hits a second later. Whatever this hole is, it isn't letting go, and the beast just lost the only weapon it has left. The final blow lands and the monster drops with a groan. But our protagonist is already counting the cost of his new skill. It hits hard, but the mana drain is too high to be useful for regular combat. Back at the operations center, the director stares at the screen in shock because a major rift that should have taken days was closed in just 8 hours. The result doesn't even seem possible. No one clears a zone that fast. And $50 million hits the account. The operations director can't stand the thought of a single man claiming every reward. If the money stops, Seo Do-jun might just quit. The director decides to call in every local A-rank and S-rank hero instead. This is officially a contest. It's the International Hero Alliance against one man to see who can take over the field. A notification pings in a private lounge where Chairman Lopez waits, finally getting the answer he was looking for. Rumors of S-rank hero deaths are spreading quietly, but Chairman Lopez is busy weighing the cost of the next hunt. He's mostly just dreading the thought of seeing Seo Do-jun, until his assistant realizes the man isn't even on the roster. And Lopez, scanning the tablet himself, confirms that other heavy hitters like Hyun Ju-yeon and Jung In-ju are missing as well. The names aren't there. Something is happening in the shadows that he wasn't told about, and for the first time, the chairman looks genuinely shaken. He's been calculation-focused all morning, but now the math isn't adding up. While he struggles to find his footing, a transaction alert pings our protagonist's phone, confirming a $50 million deposit. Walking through the forest path, the hunter asks if the association is actually paying what they promised. While Do-jun confirms the money is there, he starts to realize the shape of the situation. Bringing in heroes from other countries was likely a way to lighten the massive cost of hiring him alone. A realization that lands with a smirk. His companion thinks he's being far too generous about the association being sneaky. But for Do-jun, the cash is a settled matter that no longer requires his energy. From here on out, his focus has shifted to a much more important goal. The Brazilian Association's plan to spark competition is working exactly as intended, driving the group deeper into the woods at a much faster pace. In a world where rifts are closing faster than anyone can track, one name keeps showing up in the reports. While top guilds struggle to stay alive, Seo Do-jun is clearing entire sites alone, and it's starting to look like he's just getting started. The reports flood the operations center as rift after rift is shut down across the country. While Do-jun clears a major site with a guild by midday, others hit a wall that leaves 2 hunters in critical condition, but it's the final report of the night that shocks the room. A 3rd rift is down, and our hero did everything alone, showing that whatever limits he once had are gone now. As the days drag on, the constant pressure starts to break the staff. Even as the dark mana rifts disappear, the assistant can't shake the feeling that the smaller ones are being neglected. The entire world is on constant standby now, watching and waiting for the moment something finally slips through. Inside the operations center, the staff is running on fumes, just trying to grind through another long shift until a sudden alert snaps them wide awake. Do-jun and the heroes actually did it, and a massive victory cry rings out through the city streets. Empty text, due to filler panels rule. They spent weeks waiting for the world to end, and now the miracle they've been praying for just walked through the door. The pressure of the last few weeks finally snaps the moment the news lands that Zone B041 is gone. While the rest of the staff celebrates, a messenger rushes through the building to tell the chairman that every rift within 500 kilometers of Santarem has been closed, and the city is safe. The chairman sighs at his desk and asks if the biggest fire is finally out, but even though the rifts are closed, he isn't finished yet. He pauses, deciding that the world can wait for just one day while they rest. He orders a comfort party for the heroes and lets the meat sizzle over the grill as the hunters finally get a night to themselves. The party is in full swing, but the mood shifts when Hero E approaches the chairman for a formal greeting and explains that they're heading home today, a move that clearly doesn't sit well with the man as he eyes Do-jun's stoic face. But she shuts him down with the fact that their mission is over, that Hero E leaves entirely up to the young man. The chairman is desperate for a moment of Do-jun's time and tries to pull him away from the crowd for a private talk. Our protagonist doesn't look like he has any interest in listening. Watching from the sidelines, Alliance Hero E wonders if he'll stay. Her friend points out that with his pockets full of money, he has no real reason to remain. The chairman keeps pleading his case anyway. The conversation ends when Do-jun turns his back and heads toward the other guests, eventually putting him face to face with the white fox. The warning lands like a slap. If the white fox doesn't move now, she's going to lose him for good, and she watches Castle intently with her mind already racing toward the next step. While this is supposed to be an opportunity for everyone, our protagonist remains a hard man to read, and from across the party, the jealousy finally sets in. Her imagination starts running wild with thoughts of the two of them living a quiet life together while the woman in red leaves her final offer on the table. But even in the presence of someone that beautiful, Do-jun stays stone-faced, leaving the fox to wonder if he's even capable of a normal human reaction. Since they've already crossed paths at the party, Do-jun decides to cash in on a favor by asking for an invitation to the gold market, and the request catches Hunter E completely off guard as she tries to figure out his motives. The woman in red doesn't say no, but she sees a perfect opening to set a condition where he has to spend a full week at her house before the market even opens. A deal that hits Hunter E like a physical blow. Her mind immediately spirals into a scandalous place as she imagines exactly what that private time entails. And she watches the exchange with rising dread to see if he'll actually take the bait, while the woman in red waits with a confident smile for his final answer. A-rank Hunter. E can barely hide her nerves. She watches as the woman in red plays it cool, telling Do-jun there is no rush for an answer. It is a careful move to keep his attention, and she doubles down by sending a ticket directly to his phone. A VIP membership for the gold market pops up, leaving the White Fox stunned that the woman even has his private number. The exchange catches the eye of Alliance hero D, who comments on the nice view. He walks over with a mocking grin, noting that seeing the top Korean and American beauties together is a sight worth watching. To him, it looks like Do-jun has the world in his hands with flowers in both of his. The protagonist realizes the man's smile is hiding something much darker than simple jealousy. The atmosphere at the gala shifts the moment Kang Young-pyo steps into view, his presence alone enough to put the crowd on edge until a sudden loud laugh breaks the silence. Young-pyo mocks the room for being so tense, claiming his intentions are perfectly innocent even as he presents a friend he's sure they all remember. Our protagonist recognizes the play immediately, sensing the trap before the rest of the guests even have time to process the shock of seeing Takashi standing there in a sling. A voice cuts through the gala crowd as a familiar face steps into the light. Takashi is back, and the hunters nearby are stunned that he's already managed to get himself out of the hospital. For Alliance hero F, this is a nightmare come true, as he purposefully didn't invite the man just to avoid this exact situation. Now the two rivals are standing face to face once again, and the tension in the courtyard shifts the moment they lock eyes for the first time since their last fight. Our protagonist doesn't seem bothered at all, casually asking if the hero's body has finally managed to heal up. The protagonist treats the whole mess as a good experience, but Takashi just wants to move past the weight of his defeat. Kang Young-pyo steps in with a fake smile, acting relieved that the veteran recovered so quickly since they last spoke. He plays the gracious host, ushering Takashi toward the seating area as if the man can barely stand. The disrespect doesn't stop there. He twists the knife by mentioning the wounds from Do-jun. He pushes for a fake apology, acting as if a few words could fix shattered pride while setting a trap designed to snap whatever remains of the old man's patience. A heavy dread settles over the room as Kang Young-pyo and his hunters feel the mana shift, but the protagonist remains unbothered, standing with a glass in hand as he calls out to Takashi and asks the room if the Yakuza are nothing but trash, a question that hits Alliance hero F like a physical blow and leaves the A-rank hunters in a state of total disbelief. Takashi freezes as the realization hits him that someone is finally standing up for him, and he stares at the protagonist, unable to wrap his mind around the presence in front of him. Those weren't just words. They were a command the entire room was forced to swallow. Our lead is done playing nice, and he's about to make the villain swallow every arrogant word he just spit out. Kang doubles down on his ego as his confidence drains, and the lead mocks him by throwing his logic back while the hunter watches as Kang yells for control. It's a desperate move that fails. The power dynamic in the room has officially flipped. Takashi pulls out his phone to show the evidence and presses play on the recording that is about to end Kang's career. At a crowded party, Kang Young-pyo leans in to remind Takashi about their plan for Brazil, unaware that the room goes cold the second he names Seo Do-jun as his target, which Takashi records in silence. Young-pyo laughs off the hit as an excuse to go after women, naming specific hunters he wants to catch like trophies while those around him watch in pure disgust, but he doesn't care. He walks away laughing, blind to the fact that he just handed over the evidence to bury himself. In the shadows, our hero watches through his lynx's eye, realizing the skill is even more effective than he imagined, and he lets a small smile slip. Our lead fixes his gaze on Kang Young-pyo, warning him that he picked the wrong opponent as a vision takes hold that surrounds the man with glowing eyes and the promise of a slow torment. This is the moment he realizes he's stepped into a nightmare he can't fight his way out of. Every shadow seems to be watching him, and for the first time, the man is actually scared. Young Pyo tries to laugh it off while nearby. Takashi fumes because the Yakuza ruined their entire plan, leading the A-rank hunter known as C to step in to shut down the talk before the situation spirals. Out of nowhere, Kang Young-pyo finally makes his move, striking Takashi with a sudden blow that sends the man reeling as blood spills out in front of the group. The betrayal is complete as Kang sprints away. While the alliance leader screams for his men to chase the runner down, the traitor is already clearing the garden perimeter. Hunter E turns to Do-jun in total disbelief, realizing he could have stopped this at any moment if he actually cared to get involved. The hunter demands to know why he didn't step in to stop the slaughter, but our protagonist only responds with silent indifference, clearly finding the whole situation funny. That night changed everything. News of the incident spreads across the globe in an instant, throwing Korea and Japan into total shock while the Hero Association scrambled to stay ahead of the media, exposing secrets that were meant to stay buried. The silence in the office shatters as she lets out a scream that carries through the building. She has reached her breaking point, and just shouting at her staff isn't going to cut it anymore. This is the part where it gets ugly, as she grabs a golf club and swings it into the desk with everything she has. Director Lee waits outside the office, flinching as the command to enter echoes through the door, and the state of the room tells him exactly what kind of mood she's in. Lee reports that the Hero Alliance is in pursuit, but hasn't caught him yet, prompting her to hope the man dies resisting arrest before turning her attention to the loose ends. Lee confirms they took every measure to ensure their tracks were erased. The mounting pressure fills the room, and Director Lee waits in silence for her to break first. The woman finally snaps, pitching her phone toward him in a move that catches him completely off guard. Lee isn't sure why he's even holding the device until she tells him to stop asking questions and just look at the screen. But whatever just landed in her inbox has her rattled. She needs him to see it for himself. The message on Director Lee's phone is a direct threat to cooperate until his boss's screaming pulls him back, warning him that even being tied to a name like that is a death sentence for their reputation before she throws a vase at his head and kicks him out of the room. Retreating down the hall, Lee realizes he's standing on the edge of a cliff where one more wrong move could cost him his entire life, but he doesn't get 3 steps before he runs right into the executive chairman, whose cold smirk says the trap has already closed. Seo Gyong-chol doesn't have to say a word to make a room go cold. His power alone acts as a warning for anyone who works for him. Director Lee can feel the weight of that silence and cracks instantly, shouting a desperate apology before bolting out of the room. Inside the office, the broken glass on the floor shows exactly how the meeting went. Hong Hee-ju stammers out a greeting to her father-in-law as she tries to find an excuse. The chairman answers her stuttering with a blow that sends her reeling and leaves her on the floor in shock, realizing that being family won't protect her. Executive Chairman Seo Gyung-chio looms over Hong Hee-ju and asks if she really takes him for some useless old fool. And when she tries to feign ignorance, a sharp strike across the face ends the act as he reveals he knows exactly who she paid to have Do-jun killed. A realization that shifts the old man's entire world. He didn't just survive an assassination attempt. He found a golden ticket back to the top of the food chain. Hee-ju watches in terror as he knows the heavens are finally on his side to crush his rivals in the P group, and while he still has to deal with the traitor in his own house, his focus is already on the power he plans to reclaim. While Kang Young-pyo's world starts to fall apart, our MC finally makes his way back home after a mission that brought in enough cash and materials to make the risk worth it. As they settle in, the hunter next to him asks if he let their target escape on purpose, since the move didn't make any sense to her. Do-jun doesn't give a straight answer, simply noting that the man's freedom is the key to the next stage of his plan. Back in the heart of Seoul, Do-jun treats his younger sister to a meal she clearly hasn't had in a long time. Do-hee is so happy over a simple burger. For the first time in a while, our protagonist can just sit and watch her be a kid. That peace shatters the moment he walks through his own front door. His grandmother is in a bad way, looking far more weak than when he left. Do-jun immediately falls into a panic, asking why they didn't go to a hospital or even call him. Do-hee's reaction stops him cold. She explains that their grandmother wouldn't let her, refusing to spend a single bit of the money he had risked his life to bring home. It's a bitter choice. She'd rather suffer than waste what her grandson bled for. Do-jun just told his grandmother a secret that will change her life forever. After years of poverty, he's finally giving her permission to stop worrying about the cost of staying alive. But moving her into the best hospital in the country is only the beginning of how he plans to use his new wealth. Do-jun leans in to comfort his grandmother, pleading with her to understand that her health is worth more than any amount of money, as he whispers the secret that he earned a massive fortune during his time in Brazil. It's the moment the years of scraping by finally end, and he tells her she never has to hold back again before admitting her to the best hospital in Korea and making it a habit to visit her every day with Eunyoung until fast food lunches become their new routine. Every battle has been for this. It isn't about the fame or the power for our hero, because he just wants to make sure the world stays quiet enough for his sister. He's seen how fast things can burn, so a simple lunch is a major win. He knows the peace won't last forever, but for right now, the monsters can wait. Do-jun takes a rare break from the chaos to share a burger with Eunyoung, finding a quiet corner where the world outside doesn't matter for a few minutes. He just wants to be a brother again. The world of Vera has been trapped in a nightmare for centuries. Rifts opened in the sky, pouring out a wave of chaos that no kingdom could stop. And soon, no corner of the realm was safe from the darkness. Inside the last human stronghold, the princess watches as her mages risk everything to tear a hole in reality. Their desperate plan actually works, pulling a hero named Do-jun from another world. He arrives in a state of total shock, but the mages only see their salvation. Before he can even process the princess's plea for help, a glowing system screen appears right in front of his face. It's like he's been dropped into a mobile RPG, forcing him to navigate class selections and pet tutorials while a literal war rages outside. Meanwhile, back in a modern city, A-rank hunter E looks over the Gasan hero complex and realizes how impressive the operation has become. The rarest materials in the world just hit a blacksmith's table, but the man who brought them has a request that makes no sense. The blacksmith looks at the blue Croco heart with wide eyes, impressed that it's in the best condition he's ever seen, and with a material this pure, he can forge a sword even better than he first planned. Though he warns our protagonist that a job this big will take at least 3 weeks. The blade is only the first request, and the young man reaches back into his bag to pull out a second set of materials that stops the old crafter as the boy identifies them as rare thread and a venom sac from a dangerous beast. And, while the smith assumes they are for a new set of armor, our hero gives him a flat refusal that leaves the man confused. When Do-jun mentions the armor is for his sister, the blacksmith stops to explain that Belcara thread is usually reserved for elite heroes who need the best defense. The boy just laughs and shows a photo of Eunyoung, asking for the protection to be hidden inside normal clothes rather than a bulky combat suit. It's a simple enough request, but the blacksmith hesitates as he spots a complication. He knows a secret that could change how gear is made forever. It involves a common monster and a trick the world has forgotten. If this works, the blacksmith's biggest problem is about to disappear. The blacksmith brings up a solid point. Kids grow up so fast that any gear he makes will be outgrown in a year or two. Our MC has already thought ahead, pulling out a bottle of green liquid to solve the problem. It's an extract from a tailafu, and adding it to the fabric will make the material 10 times stretchier than normal. Tailafu is just a common plant monster, but using its essence this way isn't exactly common knowledge. He leaves the rest to the smith and heads for the door, while the blacksmith is left standing there in shock, wondering how his client knows about things like monster essences or cyclops blood. But before he can leave, he senses something that makes him freeze mid-step. For our protagonist, the impossible has become a reality. He has come back for a second chance at life, and now he has the knowledge to rewrite his entire future. The aide ignores the noise of the busy sidewalk, focused entirely on his secret objective. He reaches his destination and disappears down a set of dark stairs, heading toward a meeting that could change everything. Park Sung-wook enters a basement cafe and immediately judges the owner's lack of taste, scanning the dim room for the person who contacted him. He sees his contact waiting in a quiet booth for a secret meeting. He introduces himself as a former chief secretary of S Group, while our lead, Seo Do-jun, finally looks up and reveals his face. Park Sung-wook recognizes the hero across the table and asks why someone this famous is looking for a discreet problem solver. Do-jun explains he was referred by a contact who knows Park's reputation, and the agent is willing to help as long as things stay legal. However, the request isn't for a typical cleanup. Our hero just wants to build a house. Park realizes that if a hero is coming to him instead of a builder, the project must be something special, and Do-jun confirms it. He needs the safest house in the world. When the agent asks for a location and a budget, Do-jun mentions Seoul and a price tag of 500 billion won. Park asks if Do-jun has ever handled a budget of this size before, struggling to stay calm as the scale sinks in and joking that he must be planning a castle. But our hero takes the suggestion literally and decides a fortress would change the math. After a long silence, Park finally manages to ask which house is currently the safest in Korea, leading Do-jun to name a famous home in Gangnam that only cost 80 billion won, meaning this budget is enough to build something the country has never seen before. Park Sung-wook explains that Gangnam is completely off the table because its land has never seen a rift, and while they can build a mansion, finding a truly safe area is the real problem. Do-jun takes a quiet moment to think about the expert's words. Then he tells Park plainly that Gangnam isn't the safest place in the country, because that reputation is just a desperate hope held by the people who live there. Park Sung-wook lays out the hard truth. Building a strong house is easy, but finding a place that stays safe is the real problem. And our hero lets the question hang before finally telling him that Gangnam isn't the safe zone everyone thinks it is. The blunt answer catches Park off guard, as the MC explains that a lack of disaster is usually just luck, because in a ruined world, every city is on the same timer, and it just depends on whose turn comes first. The world is tearing apart as rifts open in every region, turning once safe cities into war zones. And back at a quiet cafe, Park Sung-wook asks Do-jun for a solid plan before our hero suggests buying land in Guro District. Sung-wook argues the area is too dangerous, but Do-jun notes he already cleared the Mapo Rift nearby, and the older man is certain there must be a grand reason for the choice. He waits with bated breath for a deep answer, but Do-jun admits he chose the spot because the commute is short. A massive rift tears open above the forest, and the ground shakes as a red drake finally forces its way through the gap. Its focus is locked completely on Do-jun. He doesn't give the beast a chance to move, cutting through its neck in one stroke and breathing out as the threat dies. The blade is better than he expected, matching the blacksmith's claim that this was the greatest masterpiece of his life. The blacksmith won't hear of any talk about payment, as providing the materials was already enough of a trade for him. That feeling only lasts until he checks his phone. A notification for 1 billion won flashes on the screen, a number so big he can't even handle the count of the zeros. Our hero doesn't see it as a gift. He just refuses to walk away owing anyone a favor. With the new blade in hand, he puts it to the test immediately, and the weapon proves its value by letting him clear monsters at a record pace. For the next few weeks, clearing rifts becomes his full-time job. He needs at least 500 billion won to buy the land for his new house, and even a payout that massive might not be enough if the current owners hold out. When the suggestion comes to scale back their plans, Do-jun doesn't hesitate, promising to find the money himself before tearing through the dungeon and shattering anything in his way. Later that night, the violence of the rift feels like a world away as he carries his sister, Eun-young, through the quiet streets while she talks about their grandmother finally being discharged. She can tell her brother has been pushing himself too hard lately, but he insists on carrying the burden of the hospital visits alone until he catches a glimpse of someone waiting ahead. A man in a sharp suit stops Do-jun on a dark street to confirm his identity, claiming the chairman sent him to provide a comfortable ride, and asks Eun-young to close her eyes for a moment. Our protagonist launches himself forward with explosive speed until a single kick crushes the front of the luxury sedan. The driver can barely get a word out as the pressure lands, and Do-jun doesn't give him a second chance, dropping a cold warning to leave and never come back. The man scrambles away into the dark. Our protagonist shifts back into the role of the protective brother, explaining that he was just scolding someone who tried to take her away. He laughs and lifts her onto his shoulders when she asks if she can do the same. But his internal promise is absolute. Anyone who even thinks about separating them is already a dead man. He won't just scold them, he'll make sure they never get the chance to try again. Over a casual dinner, the news finally drops that Do-jun is looking to buy a house in Guro. The hunter admits she introduced him to the seller, but her friend isn't interested in the business side of things. When she acts like she doesn't have a plan, the friend calls her an idiot. She pitches a perfect rom-com strategy where the hunter moves in next door to play the part of the helpful neighbor who always has extra food to share. As night falls, the friend is still shouting about the opportunity. She thinks saving money is a waste if it isn't used to buy the spot right next to Do-jun. The world of Vera is bleeding. For hundreds of years, its people have known only war and pain as rifts opened in the sky and chaos poured through the clouds, leaving no corner of the realm safe from the darkness. Monsters overrun the lands while dragons descend to burn what is left of the human cities. In the last human kingdom of Erdor, a lone princess prays for a miracle. The old legends of heroes are all they have left, and the kingdom's greatest mages gather for one final desperate gamble. They channel their power into an ancient circle, pushing their mana until the fabric of space begins to tear. Lightning arcs across the chamber as a massive pillar of energy rips through the room. The princess watches through her tears, while a young man with messy black hair stands in the center of the light, looking totally stunned. The elder mage realizes the dream was real. They have actually pulled a hero from another world, and the princess begs him to save them with a voice full of a weight he isn't ready for. And even as he screams in confusion, the world is already moving on without him. A system window appears in his vision, welcoming him to Vera as the summoned one. It offers him a choice of character classes before starting a tutorial on how to tame legendary pets. Next, come his stats and a breakdown of the guild system, showing him how to navigate this new reality. The system even walks him through how to raid bosses, before finally declaring that his journey begins now, and he steps out into the sunlight of a world that looks exactly like a video game. Meanwhile, back in the modern world, a woman in a red dress reaches out toward her friend, wishing they could just get a little bit closer. Her friend reacts with a wild, blushing grin, convinced that her plan to win him over is totally possible. Over a quiet meal, her friend points out that building a new home is a long-term commitment that Hunter E can only meet with a shaky agreement, drifting into silence as the weight of the choice sinks in, while her friend watches her closely until the real thought finally lands. She wants to move her life closer to Do-jun. The admission earns her a sharp round of teasing about being a little fox, but the laughter dies out almost immediately as a cold, professional focus takes over, catching the young woman completely off guard. Her friend explains that after what she saw in Brazil, she's certain the guild needs strong backing if they're going to survive the road ahead. Ju-yeon is still trying to wrap her head around the massive gap between herself and Seo Do-jun, but her friend doesn't see why she's even bothering to ask. To her, the man is in a class of his own, and his success is giving her the confidence to start planning a new guild office. She's ready to move fast and fully expects Ju-yeon to keep up with the pace of their growing plans. Meanwhile, at the bureau, a director notes how very busy our hero has been throughout the recent troubles. Closing 9 rifts in just 2 weeks is an amazing record. It has the older man closely watching the young man's every move. The payout is massive enough that the director calls Do-jun in personally, asking if his frantic pace is because he expects the country to collapse into a dangerous war zone. Do-jun ignores the concerns about the future and checks his phone to see 45 billion won finally hit his account. When he claims everything is fine for now, the director catches the hesitation and asks why a man with this much wealth is still obsessed with hunting. Doo-jun gives him the most blunt, practical truth he has. He just needs the money. The director is stunned by the simple honesty of the request, and soon enough, land deals start happening everywhere the boy buys property. This movement draws the eyes of the Silk Fragrance Flower Guild and greedy speculators who can smell a market shift, eventually catching the attention of a man who lives for these moments, who believes that a person's instincts for real estate are passed down through their blood. He orders his staff to track every purchase and grab all the nearby land before the prices explode, while the rumors continue to bring in even more hungry buyers. Land prices in Guro soon went through the roof, but Doo-jun had already bought 10,000 peons of land before the jump hit. He shows off building plans that leave his assistant confused. The design only calls for a small house on that massive plot, and when his assistant asks about the rest of the land, Doo-jun explains that he just wants to make the home safe by building what looks less like a house and more like a castle. Seo Do-jun pushes for a quick build without any interior work. His assistant is already dreading the piles of paperwork required by the district office, but Do-jun mentions that the Hero Association chairman is personally handling the red tape. The reason for such high-level help becomes clear when the target is revealed as a rift zone. Back at headquarters, Chairman Na-tae Wang reflects on the meeting and realizes Doo-jun is making a bold move even for a hero. While the protagonist navigates the dangerous rift to dodge creatures in the woods, his assistant finally processes the impossible plan. They are going to tame the monsters. Na-tae Wang can't help but laugh a move with no history that our protagonist is already testing by entering a dark cave. Back at the association, the old man reveals the boldest part of the request. Doo-jun asked for permission to raise the monsters on his land, and while he draws his steel, Tae-wong prepares to name the beast our boy is hunting today. Standing before the colossal silver dragon Kassarian, the protagonist finally catches up to his target and grips his blade, offering a mock warning that he might actually go easy on the beast today. The dragon lashes out with its massive tail, forcing our boy to scramble back as the floor shatters, but he quickly strikes back with a heavy counter that catches the monster square in the face. Kassarian lets out a pained roar that shakes the cavern, and an hour later the fight reaches the slopes of a nearby volcano, gasping for air as his strength finally fails. But our protagonist kneels by the creature's head to offer a strange respect and a promise to return soon, then walks away with a light whistle while the exhausted monster drifts into a deep sleep. The world of Veira is bleeding out, with rifts tearing the sky open as the last human kingdom faces its final night, leading to a desperate ritual to bring a hero from another world who might not be exactly what they were expecting. For centuries, Veira has known nothing but suffering, a place where rifts tore open the sky and let chaos pour into every corner of the realm. While in Eridor, the last human kingdom still standing, hope is a luxury they can barely afford. The royal mages gather for a desperate ritual to pull a savior from another world that results in a pillar of light and a young man in a hoodie standing where the magic once stood, leading to a princess who welcomes him as their champion even as he screams in confusion at the mobile game setup appearing before his eyes. This grand destiny includes system windows for class selection, legendary pets, and tutorial guides that end with one final tap on the screen to enter the world of Thyra. Back in the modern world, a phone on a nightstand starts buzzing with a call that a hand reaches out through the dark to answer, revealing a half-asleep girl who bears the same glowing mark as the princess of that dying world. Early the next morning, Doo-jun calls a contact with a question which makes no sense to the hunter since grinding precious stones usually ruins their energy. Sitting alone in the wilderness, Doo-jun stays vague about why he needs it, and when she pushes for an answer, he tells her to forget the whole thing and hangs up, leaving her frustrated by the early morning nonsense. Doo-jun moves through the wilderness with a very specific blueprint in mind, treating his life like a construction project, where a safe home starts with a solid outer wall, and even powerful guards are just resources you station once the foundations are set. Since it's all about risk management, he doesn't even flinch when a massive cyclops roars behind him. He looks his target in the eye and demands the magic stone powder he needs, and launches a heavy kick to make it clear that he isn't asking twice. He ducks under a massive swing that would have crushed a regular guy, lunging forward before the Cyclops can even begin its next move, so he can hit the core of exposed energy. Knowing this is the only real weakness, he draws his blade with a grip that says he doesn't plan on swinging twice, settling into a low stance and beginning the chant of the Bandian family sword art as he calls out the third form to unleash every bit of power he has left, unleashing everything he has in a storm of light and force that leaves the monster no time to process the hit before its world falls apart. The energy drills down to tear through its defense and leave it in total confusion, while our hero follows through with his focus locked until the job is finished. The battle is over, but for our protagonist, the most important part of the hunt is just beginning. The loot he recovered is more than just a trophy. It's a heavy shard that holds everything the creature used to be. He crushes the stone in his grip, catching the raw power and sealing it safely inside a container. As he watches the liquid light, Do-jun realizes how the monsters and the rifts work together. If both are just sudden hits to the world, then this power might be the key to stopping those tears in reality before they even open. It would mean he can stop the door from opening in the first place. A chance to finally get ahead of the disasters. It's a hopeful thought, especially as he looks back at the massive body of Kassarian rotting in the clearing. Seo Do-jun thought he could keep his family life private, but his biggest secret is finally out. A massive headline reveals he's the grandson of one of the most powerful men in the country. Now, the public is turning on him, and the hero's reputation is about to be dragged through the mud. While Seo Do-jun is busy with the daily grind of clearing rifts, a media storm gathers behind his back as a massive headline breaks across the news, revealing that he is the grandson of the T Group chairman. Because he knows that once a rumor like this takes root, the truth doesn't matter anymore. As Do-jun stands before a wall of blinding camera flashes, the old man's trap snaps shut, and public respect turns to doubt as people wonder if his S rank was just bought and paid for by his family's money. On the city streets, the public doesn't expect much from the upcoming announcement, assuming Seo Do-jun will just offer another scripted denial and claim he knew nothing about the scandal. Do-jun faces the crowd of reporters and braces himself. Our protagonist isn't here to play it safe. Instead of defending his actions, he tells a truth that changes the entire conversation. He was an illegitimate child, abandoned by his family when he was still young. This confession breaks every rule of the PR script. The honesty catches the hunters in the audience off guard, while the T Group chairman narrows his eyes, already weighing what this move costs him. Do-jun abandons the script to tell the truth about the life he's actually lived, drawing the full focus of the press as even the skeptics find themselves listening. Proof floods the internet as old school friends post photos of the boy they once knew, and with his old boss on TV vouching for him, public doubt turns into genuine sympathy. T Group stock had been rising right up until the conference, but it plunges 30% the moment the market realizes the company picked the wrong side. The T Group chairman is finally watching his whole world fall apart. Every secret he buried couldn't save his company from the truth, and he's finding out exactly how fast an empire can crumble. Centuries of suffering have left the world of Vera broken, spreading darkness until no corner of the realm was safe, and leaving nothing behind in the mountains but fire and ash. Eridor is the only kingdom still standing, but even their massive walls are starting to feel like a cage. In a desperate move to survive, the Grand Mages gather to perform a forbidden ritual. They pour their collective power into a glowing magic circle, pushing past the limits of human magic until the fabric of reality itself starts to tear apart at the seams. A massive beam of light strikes the center of the hall, signaling the end of their search, and while the princess watches for a hero, the man standing there is just a confused boy in a hoodie. Our protagonist finds himself in the middle of a stone chamber as the princess begs him to save them with the only hope her people have left. He has no idea what she's saying and reacts with the kind of shock you'd expect, not even getting time to ask where he is. He's forced into a class selection screen and quickly clicks through tutorials for legendary pets and character stats, eventually passing the loot menu and the complex dungeons he'll have to clear. It's a lot of information to process at once, especially when it mentions world-ending raids, but he finally hits the start button and steps out into the light to leave his old life behind. Even in a new world, the memories of home don't just fade away, and he knows exactly what he wants. Back on Earth, he made a promise to protect his grandmother and his sister for as long as they lived, and it's a promise he intends to keep, even if he has to fight through an entire world of monsters. He isn't just a summoned hero anymore, he's the sword god. To our protagonist, ultimate safety isn't just a luxury, it's the only goal left. He's already broken down his enemies piece by piece, handling the debt collectors and leaving the T group quiet. Even with his rivals handled, he's still watching for the rifts that could tear open the sky without warning. At his construction site, the manager reports the outer walls are finished, but he's shocked when our lead asks to move in immediately. The man gets caught up in the honor of building a home for a hero. However, a simple offer to pay double shuts him up and cuts the work time down to 10 days. With the deal done, the MC has one last command before nightfall. Clear the site and let no one inside tonight. He has work to do that needs a very specific kind of privacy, reaching a deserted construction site where he finally decides to commit every magic stone he's gathered to the task. He pulls the stones out as the ritual begins. The stones fly toward the center and lock into place. Our protagonist is finally ready, pleased that his top-grade magic stones are in position, adding a layer of magic stone powder to lock down the area against any surprises. With the foundation set, he heads out to collect the guards and lead them straight into his trap. Meanwhile, back in the parking garage, the secret alliance has reached its breaking point as Hunter E demands that Young Pyo bring her Do-jun's head immediately. Kang Young Pyo doesn't appreciate the attitude and says he's only holding back to focus on Seo Do-jun. But she sees his hesitation and asks if he's just scared, which is a dangerous move that hits a nerve and makes him warn her that S-rank fights are no game. Taking a hostage would be the easiest play, but looking at him now, she realizes he's willing to kill a whole family to win. The idea that he might be afraid of a brat eats at Kang's pride. Finally, his control breaks and he lunges forward to grab her, reminding her that every target he marks for death ends up in the ground. Kang Young Pyo is finally making his move, cornering a hunter in her car to warn her that Seo Do-jun can't protect his family forever. Driven by a hatred so deep he's ready to tear Do-jun apart himself, he makes it clear that the man he used to be is gone. All that remains is a single-minded need for revenge. Meanwhile, at the castle, the protagonist faces a different threat since the boss he expected isn't waiting for him. He spots 3 guarding the entrance and realizes that hunting these things is never as easy as it looks. These things aren't like the usual monsters because they have no physical bodies and feel no pain, meaning they won't fall unless he can cut straight through the core of their soul. It doesn't help that they still remember every fierce sword skill they learned as humans, and since they were once noble knights, our hero decides that fighting them bare-handed would be a sign of disrespect. He launches into the air to trade a heavy blow with the first knight, and as more of them close in from the shadows, he can't hide the smile. As it turns out, he just really loves a good challenge. Steel clashes as the hero meets the Death Knight's strike, drawing on sword skills he's practiced since he first started walking. He decides to make things interesting by using only his family's secret techniques, and even as a massive blade whistles past his head, he clears the hallway using nothing but his sword, because for him, a lethal handicap is what makes the fight fun. And with only one guardian left, he's ready to finish the job. Searching for a challenge worth his time, our protagonist scans the floor and realizes even the strong guards were just easy targets, leaving him disappointed until the mood shifts as a Valkyrie knight steps forward with her dark blade ready, and she doesn't waste a second before lunging straight for his throat. The strike lands heavy, but he's ready for it, drawing a laugh from the Valkyrie knight as she realizes he's a cut above the rest, even as the exchange turns into a blur of steel where he narrowly avoids a lethal swing and admits that her attack was actually decent before finding the opening. He's been waiting for to deliver a counter that breaks her momentum and throws the powerful warrior off her feet. The fight is over, and our hero doesn't go for the kill. He sees the value in her skill and gives her a command that changes everything. She is to stand down and become his personal guard. The world of Vera is bleeding. For hundreds of years, the people have watched their home burn as monsters spill out of dark cracks in the sky. No corner of the realm is safe from the darkness, and the survivors are left with only one desperate plan. That plan works when a young man is pulled through a summoning circle to be the savior they need. He doesn't get a chance to ask many questions. The world starts treating his life like a game, handing our protagonist powers and a mission to save what's left of the land. As it turns out, he is a natural at his new job. He immediately starts hunting down the armored elites that have been terrorizing the people. Just 2 days later, our hero is already settling in and realizing that taking out 5 of these elites was more than worth the trouble. Our lead sits among the armored warriors he just finished gathering, confident that his recruitment drive is finally over for the moment, because he knows a good army needs more than just foot soldiers. He heads deep into a dark cavern where a single glowing eye opens in the shadows to watch him, followed by a massive dragon uncurling and warning the human to leave its nest immediately. Imagine standing in front of a giant dragon and telling it to surrender. Most people would be dinner, but our protagonist isn't most people. He carries a power that can make even a monster tremble. Today he's about to prove that some humans are far more dangerous than the beasts they hunt. Our protagonist is done playing games and gives the dragon one last chance to surrender. But the beast finds the idea of a human making demands laughable, seeing him as nothing more than a bug, until he promises a deadly end if it refuses to listen in a voice that makes the dragon pause. The beast sees a flicker of a mysterious night behind his eyes, a memory of a power it recognizes, and since it realizes the boy is on a completely different level, the beast's wings spread immediately as it takes to the sky in a blind panic. Our protagonist is finally heading back home, but he's bringing a massive prize along for the ride. Mounting the creature, our hero commands it to head for the gate, while ignoring the dragon's claim that this world is its only home. One look reminds the beast exactly who is in charge, and the monster finally yields to his master's will. Back on Earth, a normal day at a city crosswalk is suddenly cut short as the street goes quiet and people stop to look up to see the nightmare has finally arrived. Riding a massive dragon over the city, the hero treats this world-ending monster like a common taxi, telling the beast to watch its wings so it doesn't hit any skyscrapers and shutting down any thought of talking back with a cold warning. Since it can't fight back, the dragon lets out a roar that rattles the streets, a sound so loud it physically hurts anyone nearby while it rants about being better than everyone else to save its pride. Our protagonist isn't interested in the ego trip and delivers a swift blow to remind the beast that scaring people is against the rules, forcing the dragon to finish the trip in silence as they leave the city behind and head for Guam. High above Guam, the shadow dragon carries our protagonist into the heart of the rift, dropping him onto the rubble to survey a zone that can form anywhere. If the waves here repeat, the city will rot into a demon cave where monsters claim the skyline and human life is over. The silence here just means the predators won. Do-jun just got a new pet, but it isn't the kind you keep in the backyard. He stands before the shadow dragon, watching as a pack of monsters rushes in, only to be torn apart by the dragon's bladed tail, and after the beast asserts its dominance, it leaves behind a bright red mana stone that Do-jun claims with a smile while telling the creature to start earning its keep. Soon after, his new house is finished, and he finally has a place to call his own. Do-jun's new home is more than just a house, as she spots something in the grass that definitely wasn't in the building plans. When she asks for an answer, Do-jun tells her it's basically just a yard chicken, a label the dragon accepts with a clear sense of insult, while his sister focuses on seeing the inside. The girl sprints toward the entrance with Grandma right on her heels, leaving Do-jun and the others to finally take in the quiet of their new life. Do-jun stops when she calls out to him, noticing her unease as she explains the dark energy she sensed rising from below while he praises her sharp instincts. Letting her suspicions rest for a moment, our lead offers his sincere thanks for the way she looked after his family while he was away. He tries to test the waters, asking if she's free to grab a bite once the weekend hits. And he makes it clear he wants some private time. The romantic mood breaks fast as she asks if he actually forgot the plans they already made to take Eunyoung to the amusement park, a trip the little girl is really looking forward to. Do-jun admits that gate hunting had him losing track of time, but he isn't about to let the kid down. Hyun-ju-yeon doesn't wait for an invitation, instead making herself part of the plan and pressing Do-jun for a straight answer. Once the group arrives, Eunyoung leads the charge into the park, while Ju-yeon trails along, though walking around with famous hunters makes a quiet day impossible because the crowd starts mistaking the trio for a high-profile family. Do-jun ignores the whispers, staying focused on making sure his sister has the time of her life. After all the danger, a day at the park was supposed to be a break, but the protagonist is just trying to survive the ride while his sister screams with joy. Once the excitement wears off, he ends up carrying a sleeping Eunyoung through the crowd while the A-rank hunter walks beside them, enjoying the rare peace. She pauses when she catches him staring at her with a quiet, intense look, knowing his sister had spent their lunch talking about her and recalling pasta dinners with their grandmother. Reaching out with rare honesty, he asks her to keep looking after his family. The request lands hard enough to make her wonder if he means something much more personal than a simple job. Do-jun was just trying to get across the city when a feeling he knew all too well washed over him. The sun begins to set over the river as they drive along the waterfront, and while the car carries them across the bridge, Do-jun sits in the passenger seat until a sharp sensation pulls his focus toward an old enemy's presence that just appeared at the house. He recognizes that signature instantly. There is no mistaking who is waiting for them. He tells the hunter to take care of Eunyoung, who seems to be dreaming of her own battles while the real one closes in. Do-jun locks onto a presence he can't ignore, forcing Ju-yeon to fight for control of the wheel as our hero launches himself out of the moving car. The trail leads straight back to his house in Guro, where a massive intruder waits on the roof and swats aside the local security drones like tin cans before swinging a heavy strike to welcome Do-jun home. The massive beast known as Kassarian slams into the intruder, while from a ledge above, Seo Do-jun watches the chaos unfold and reveals that he knew they'd strike the moment they thought he was gone. With a quiet command, our MC tells the creature to stand back as the monster melts away, admitting he only stepped in to save the man from the shame of losing to a guard dog. And even as the man screams his name, Do-jun tells him to stop barking. This intruder thought he was an S-rank monster, but he just realized he's not even a warm-up. Seo Do-jun is barely even swinging, and the man can't even stay on his feet. The power gap is so massive, it doesn't feel real. Now, he's reaching for a hidden vial, ready to throw away his pride just to survive. The intruder snaps, letting animal rage take over, but he only meets a blow that rattles his entire frame, while Seo Do-jun mocks him for failing to dodge a swing. He follows up with a casual kick that forces the reality of the power gap to land, making it clear that even though they are both S-rank, they aren't in the same world. Do-jun offers to go even easier while the man reaches for a hidden vial, deciding that since a direct fight is impossible, he'll have to rely on his one surefire way to kill. Do-jun mocks the man's desperation, but the intruder only laughs as a dark power boils under his skin, causing his left arm to swell into a massive limb that isn't human anymore. Our hero recognizes the single-use elixir of Oceanus immediately and knows it must have cost the man a fortune. He watches the intruder lose himself to the pain right as he throws a strike toward the house, to force a choice. The intruder doesn't want a fair fight. He wants to force Do-jun to go protect his family. It's a cheap trick, but when you're down bad, you play dirty. The intruder relishes the thought of his own trap, expecting the house to fall apart while the hero rushes in to save his family. But Do-jun is already standing directly behind him before that can even happen. The speed is impossible. He didn't hear a sound, and the entire situation flips in a single breath as the man's confidence turns to pure shock. Back inside, the older man relaxes in his massage chair, protected while magic stone powder spread across the land absorbs every shock from the quake. Do-jun watches the panic set in and asks if the man has felt enough to spare yet, making it clear that targeting his family carries a price he is finally ready to collect, and he drives the intruder face first into the dirt with one decisive motion. Kang Young-pyo is spent, having nothing left to throw back when Do-jun lands the strike that shuts the lights out. The beaten man won't be getting back up anytime soon. Our hero stops the moment he notices his sister, Eun-young, has arrived, and the A-rank hunter moves in with her guards to shield the kid's eyes. In the void of his own mind, Do-jun meets the version of himself that was left behind in Veira. This other self looks at him with a kind of peace he never knew during the war, thanking him for finishing what they started. The weight of it all is too much, and the warrior can only wonder how he could ever pay back such kindness. Our protagonist wakes with a faint smile, brushing off the gratitude as a simple favor on the house. Ju-yeon is already in the kitchen, checking to see if he slept well. He offers a quiet good morning as the truth finally lands. He's found what he was looking for: empty text, no story content in the provided panels.